It's the mark of booty.
Shit. Nah. Love the royal priesthood. Mark of Buddha, Sekou the Madman, Killer Priest, Fourth Chambers, Full Fuji. This beat sound like something I wear. You dig? Yo, hold on my people, why you walking around like you equal? They wrote you in as 3/5. What we gonna do about this? Talk too much, you end up like Jimi Hendrix in 27 Club. You want that knowledge? Well, I'm the plug. Knowledge itself is the drug. And I keep dropping the nugs. Culture pushing, wisdom spitting, pimping simpletons into listening. Y'all know why you spewing fiction. I can feel the tensions in your intentions. I wonder if that's Johnson heaven. If God is white, why he write that bronze of the sun? They give us reparations, that's when the apocalypse begun. Yeah, red rhyme, okay. Yeah. Red rhyme, better rhyme, grab your guns, daughters and sons. Wasn't long ago when they had his hung. Blood on the leaves, frontal crumbled in between. Exhale for my ancestors that prevailed. We inhale, so we inhale, dodging death every day. Just happy I'm here to tell the tale. Meanwhile, y'all with the pigs and them tattletales. I'ma just be a scientist if it all fails. Mixing chemicals like a cocktail. My tree smell like it's from the tropical. So not for sale, never settle. Follow the tears on the trail. Nah.
That whole African American thing is to omit, you see, the indigenous black man of this particular land. When we brought the African American term, we cut out all of the Caribbean, all of South America, all of Latin America. This is another way to reclassify you, you see what I'm saying, outside of power.
We got blacks, whites, brown and yellow. We got red, those with dreads found from the ghetto. We got bullet led and misled, the smile of the devil. On the face of the moon, heart pound like a rebel. Hear the sound on the metal. War in Iraq, 6 feet underground with the shovel. All over the map, the Bible said signs of the time. The Torah said that's your God, not mine. The Holy Quran says it's all Allah designed. The Buddhist says let's meet at the shrine. Thou shalt not eat of the swine. That you is the cut, sure as blue as the blood. Killer priests in the temple, Nehru is the love.
That's a political move that was put in by the government to break you down to this subclass, you see, and not be a world community. So to call you an African American is to disconnect you from that global community and that great diaspora that we were talking about. So that's a political move. Yes, come on. The average Native American was this brother's complexion at the turn of the century. Now when you say Native American, it's some white person with a feather in his hair.
All right. Greetings. Welcome back, family, to another edition of the Ethereal Journey podcast. All right, thank you for joining us. Welcome back. Happy to be here and happy to have you all here joining us for this continual ethereal journey for enlightenment, elevation, and ascendance. All right, so we got another, of course, information, educational, edificational show lined up for you tonight. All right, and just like any other night, so tonight will be no different. All right, with that being said, I'm your brother Lumumba Uncaged, aka Captain Uncaged. I'll be one of your co-hosts for this evening. I have with me my brother El Pollinator.
Shalom, good, righteous, and beautiful people. Shalom, Captain Uncaged. What's up?
Shalom, everything good, brother. You know, it's getting warm again. The heat is, they turning up the dial again on the thermostat. You know what I'm saying? Nana Gaia, you know what I mean, turning it up once again. And so, getting into that phase where you get that good sweat in. You know what I'm saying? And that detoxification. So,
No doubt. So real quick, I mean, you said that you're saying Nana Energy's turning it up, Nana Earth turning it up. What the hell was that hit Philly? Was it a tornado or a microburst or a combination of both or just mad winds? What's up with what was going on with that the other day?
Oh yeah. If you're gonna get into it, you're gonna get into it. That's part of the lineup.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
jumping the gun a little bit.
they got a little crazy out here. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna talk about that as well. Yeah. Nana Gaia definitely been
So how you been, man? I'm gonna hit you with the
ah yes, thank you for that, good brother. Everything is everything. And I've been good. I've been well, I'm just happy to be here, You know what I'm saying? So, another opportunity to learn, grow, develop, elevate, evolve, and transcend. So, I'm blessed. I'm grateful. You know what I'm saying? Gratitude.
no
How about you?
doubt, no doubt.
How you making out today?
Man, I had to help a friend, man. His sister transitioned to be an ancestor on 7/11. So, he needed some uplift to help lift some of the stuff up out of her house, man, or her crib and whatever. So I've been doing that like for the last 5 or 6 hours. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you up loud and clear.
Okay, yeah. So I was helping him out all day. Matter of fact, I just got finished maybe about 20, 30 minutes ago because I told him I need to be up out of here before 5 because I got a podcast to attend to. So I've been helping them out, clean out the crib. They found her in there, passed away, checking out, and moving on to the ancestral realm. And good people's, man. She was a good people's, man. And
Mm.
just helping the brother, because he needed some uplift because he didn't have no help to get all the stuff up out of the spot. So I put in some work, you know what I mean, for the peoples, man, the good, righteous, and the beautiful peoples. I don't mess with them damn low vibrational jokers, man. Only the good, righteous, and people I'll come and help and have my presence bless them to help and help them through some hard times and to get them through, some things that needed to happen. Some stuff needed to be moved. So I was there to help move some stuff, you know what I mean? So
Right,
other than
right.
that, man, just doing what we do, man. Just taking things day to day, living in the present moment, you know what I mean? Also, not even worrying, but understanding that, the past, the present, and the future, man, it's all converging together now. That's what people understand about the times that we're living in. And people don't realize that we're the future, we're the past, and we're definitely the present. So just get where you fit in, but don't get too ahead of yourself, and definitely don't look behind because this ethereal journey train is moving, and we're at a 56 episode. So uh, get on from the train to the Ethereal because we get ready to blast off into some ice type of stuff as well on the 6th episode. So upward, forward, onward, UFO.
All right. That's
One.
dope. I say. All right, give thanks. My condolences to the brother and his family for the passing of their loved ones, and God rest her soul. You know what I mean? May she find peace and tranquility on the other side.
No doubt, bro. Thanks.
Indeed. And shout out, to our family tapping in. Much appreciated as usual. Those who come through, show love and support. And shout out to Sister Baker, as well as Sister J Renee. You know what I'm saying? Tapping in, and all those others who tapping in, uh, via our social media outlets, Facebook as well as YouTube. Matter of fact, I'm gonna check that Facebook in a second, make sure we engage there as well. All right. But yes, indeed. Looking forward. Hopefully, Sister Empress is able to tap in shortly as well. All right, and be more on board into the Ethereum. So, looking forward to tonight's program. All right. With that being Oh yeah, it's super active over here too. People revving their engines, motorcycles and everything. They turn it up in Philly, and it's a hot one. So I'm sure some nonsense going on as well. Because when it start to get a little hot, people start to you know act out a little bit. So hopefully everything stay peace in the streets today. All right. With that being said, let me jump right into the housekeeping for this evening. Let me go ahead and knock that out so we can just go ahead and keep things flowing. All right. Let me get the housekeeping in order and get some of this disclaimers out the way. All right. So that should be popping up shortly. And let me jump through this real quick. All right, fair use notice. Due to the social nature of this site, this channel may make use of copyrighted materials, which has not always been specifically authorized by the copyright owner. Its application constitute fair use. This is Title 17 USC Section 107, fair use, educational, informational purposes solely. All right, give thanks. Let me move to the next. And quick content disclaimer. All right, the views and opinions expressed in the media or comments on this channel are those of the speakers or authors and do not necessarily reflect or represent the views and opinions held by this channel's broadcaster. Due to the social nature of this broadcasting channel, videos may contain content copyrighted by another entity or person. This channel owner claims no copyright to said content. The broadcaster of this channel cannot be held accountable for the copyrighted content. The broadcaster of this channel is a messenger or sharer of information trying to verify but cannot warrant the accuracy of copyrights or completeness of the information on this channel. If you have a complaint about something or find your content is being used incorrectly, please contact the broadcaster prior to making a copyright claim. Any infringement was not done on purpose and will be rectified to all parties' satisfaction. Let me stop my screen share there. All right, got that out the way. Little housekeeping. We're going to keep moving on that. Okay. Of course, Facebook is acting up once again. So let me try to correct that issue. And then let's jump right back into the proceedings this evening. Matter of fact, let me see. Yeah, let me try to knock that out real quick, and get the channel, the Facebook Live, get that back up. All right, remove that. Let me see if I can re-engage it and see if we can get that cooking. All right, that should be back up in about 30 seconds or so if everything goes well. Okay, that's reinitiated, so hopefully that's on and popping. Okay. All right, all right. Excellent. Say. All right. Let me. With that being said, I guess we're gonna hop right into our first story for this evening. Let me check the. All right, I just want to make sure no Sister Empress didn't come on board. All right, let me check. Go to my storyline and get it popping. We're going to get into aspects of Black history, Black Facts Universal Black History, family. All right, so bear with us, and we're going to show a brief clipping, some history on Black, Native, and Indigenous people. All right, it's been a heavy topic and subject matter, through the internets. And so we want to touch base on that a little bit, give a bit of context, a bit of historical context to some of the discussions that's going around. All right. Now, unfortunately, a lot of that has led to the present day diaspora wars. But, we want to try to bring a little bit, we want to work towards bringing a little bit more clarity, all right, and understanding, overstanding, and understanding to a lot of the information that's being disseminated. Okay, so let me get it started. Let me go. Let me cue this up. Okay. 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 All right, it's queuing up. That should be up and running shortly. Okay. Of course, want to give me some trouble. Actually, I've been having trouble today. This technology. I tell you, sometimes it's there, and then sometimes it kind of does what it wants to do. So we shall see. We shall see. All right, but we want to keep it pushing. irregardless. All right, so let me see if I can get this engaged here. Uh, no, it's not it. Where is it at? Always something I tell you what. Okay, okay. Let me try this one more again, family. Try this one more
You
again.
need me to put the link into the deal.
Okay, I think I got it now. There it is. Okay, all right. No, it just was giving me trouble with accessing the link. You know what I mean? I was clicking the link and it kept doing what it wanted to do, doing what it wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? But that's technology. We're gonna talk a little bit more about some of the development technologies as well this evening. We're gonna get into some current events as well, and we're gonna get into some aspects of optimum health and the things that's going on within current events with that as well. All right, some positives and some negatives, but we're gonna give you all the holistic viewpoint and approach. All right, with that being said, let me share my screen and let's get underway. All right, let me share my screen here. Share screen. Here it is right here. Okay, yep, that should be it. All right, that should be coming up shortly. All right, this video is entitled "The Black Indians America Erased Reveals the Untold Story." And over here, a lot of times we still refer to individuals as Indians, but we like to use more correct terminology. So we like to call them native and indigenous peoples. All right, because it's actually a falsehood and a misnomer that native people of this land was called Indians in the first place, because Columbus, who actually never made it to the United States, actually made it to the neighboring Caribbeans. All right, was on a journey to make it to India, trying to find a short route, and ended up, off course, misnavigating. And so that is the real reason why the natives of this land were actually misnomered as Indians. All right, so let me start off there with a little bit of
Big truth and
context.
big facts. People didn't know that.
All right, so
Big
with
truth
that,
and big facts. People didn't know that.
yes, sir, yes, sir. So if you can, let's try to move forward and further develop and use correct terminologies so that we don't continue to spread falsehoods, all right, and misinformation. Okay, and that's part of what this video is about as well. All right, so let's jump into it.
Before America was called America, before borders, before flags, there lived people whose story would later be buried, denied, and erased. They were neither fully African in the eyes of history, nor fully Native American in the eyes of the United States. They were Black Indians, and their existence challenged everything America later tried to define. Long before European ships reached these shores, the land now called the United States was home to hundreds of native nations. Among them were tribes who would later become known as Seminole, Creek, Choctaw, Cherokee, Yamasee, and Gullah Geechee communities. What history books rarely explain is this: Africans were present in the Americas before mass slavery began. Some arrived through early Spanish expeditions. Some escaped from Caribbean colonies. Others came as shipwreck survivors who found refuge among native tribes. Instead of chains, many found acceptance. Native societies did not define people by skin color. They defined people by loyalty, survival, and contribution. Africans married into tribes. They adopted languages, customs, and spiritual beliefs. Their children were not mixed, they were tribal. This was the birth of the Black Indian identity. As European colonization expanded, violence followed. Spanish, British, and later American forces brought slavery, land theft, and genocide. Native tribes were attacked, Africans were hunted, and something powerful happened. They resisted together. Black Indians became warriors, feared, disciplined, and strategic. They knew the land better than the colonizers ever could. Seminole Black warriors. In Florida, Black Seminoles formed some of the most effective resistance units in American history. They built hidden villages and swamps. They mastered guerrilla warfare. They freed enslaved Africans during raids. To the U.S. Army, they were not just enemies, they were a threat to the entire slave system. Unlike European societies, native tribes did not see Africans as property. Many tribes adopted escaped slaves. Some gave them full tribal citizenship. Others formed autonomous Black Indian towns under tribal protection. This alliance was based on survival, but it became family. Intermarriage was common. Children grew up speaking native languages and African dialects. Spiritual practices merged: drums, chants, ancestor worship, nature rituals. This was not assimilation, it was coexistence. After independence, America needed land. Native tribes stood in the way. Black Indians stood in the way of slavery. So the U.S. government did what it would do best: divide, reclassify, erase. They introduced racial laws: one-drop rule, Negro classification, blood quantum systems. Black Indians were no longer seen as tribal members. They were labeled Black, stripped of native identity. This was not accidental. It was political warfare. Some native leaders, under pressure, were forced into treaties that reduced Black Indians to freedmen, denied them land ownership, removed their voting rights within tribes. Families that had fought together were now separated by law. The message was clear: choose your race or lose everything. Despite betrayal, Black Indians survived. They hid their identity. They passed down oral histories in whispers. They avoided census records. They lived in isolated communities: swamps, forests, marshlands. Places America did not want, but places where freedom could still breathe. By the early 1800s, the stage was set. America wanted expansion. Slavery wanted control. Native tribes were being pushed west, and Black Indians, they were about to face the greatest test of survival in their history: removal, war, erasure. But they would not disappear. America was young. Its hunger was not. The new nation wanted land, power, and control, and anyone who stood in the way would be removed. Native tribes were obstacles. Black Indians were a dangerous example of freedom. So America chose war. Florida was different. Swamps, heat, and disease made it impossible to conquer easily. And hiding inside those swamps was something the U.S. feared deeply: armed Black freedom. The Black Seminoles were not passive refugees. They were organized, trained, and ruthless when defending their people. They had military intelligence, European firearms, African battle tactics, native guerrilla warfare knowledge. They knew the land. The U.S. Army did not. Black Seminoles built fortified villages deep in the Everglades. These were not slave camps. They were free Black republics protected by Seminole warriors. From these villages, they launched raids on plantations, freed enslaved Africans, burned slave records, and disappeared into the swamps. Southern slave owners demanded action. To them, Black Seminoles were proof that enslaved people could fight, organize, and win. That idea terrified America more than native resistance itself. President Andrew Jackson signed the Indian Removal Act. On paper, it promised relocation. In reality, it was ethnic cleansing. 5 so-called civilized tribes were targeted: Seminole, Cherokee, Creek, Choctaw, and Chickasaw. But hidden within the act was another goal: separate Black Indians from Native protection. Under pressure, some Native leaders made deals with the U.S. government. These treaties often stated Black Indians were not real tribal members. They would be reclassified as freedmen. They could be sold, surrendered, or relocated separately. Families that had lived together for generations were torn apart. Some Native elites adopted plantation slavery to survive politically. Others resisted and paid with exile or death. This internal division weakened resistance. America exploited it. History textbooks show Native Americans walking west. What they don't show is who was left behind. Black Indians were often excluded from relocation lists, re-enslaved by bounty hunters, kidnapped during forced marches, sold under false racial classification. Many died unnamed. They were erased even while walking beside their own people. The Second Seminole War became the longest and most expensive Indian war in U.S. history. The U.S. Army burned villages, poisoned food supplies, used bloodhounds to track Black Seminoles, captured women and children as leverage. Black Seminoles, some were shipped into Caribbean slavery, others vanished into legend. Yet resistance continued. When defeat became inevitable, Black Seminoles made a choice. They fled. Some went west with the Seminoles to Indian Territory, Oklahoma, south into Mexico, where slavery was abolished, deeper into Florida's wildest regions. In Mexico, they formed new communities, still armed, still free. America had failed to destroy them. After removal, America rewrote history. Black Indians were reclassified as Negro, removed from tribal roles, erased from census records, excluded from land allotments. The narrative became simple. Indians were Indians, Blacks were Blacks. They were never one people. That lie would shape the next 150 years. Those who remained learned a painful lesson. Visibility meant death or bondage. So they hid ancestry, changed surnames, stopped teaching languages publicly, buried ceremonial objects, passed stories orally in secret. Identity became dangerous. By 1840, the wars were over. But for Black Indians, survival came at a cost. Land lost, families broken, identity erased. Still, they lived, and America was not done with them yet. The war was over. Slavery was abolished. But freedom in America always came with conditions. For Black Indians, the question was no longer survival by force. It was survival by law. And law would prove just as violent as war. After the Civil War, treaties were rewritten. The U.S. government forced Native nations to abolish slavery within tribes, recognize formerly enslaved people as freedmen, grant them certain civil rights. On paper, it sounded fair. In reality, it created a racial caste system inside Native nations. Freedmen were no longer enslaved, but they were no longer fully tribal either. They existed in a legal gray zone. Among the 5 civilized tribes, Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, Seminole, Black Indians were now officially labeled freedmen, regardless of blood ties, language, cultural participation, shared history, their identity was reduced to paperwork, and paperwork would become a weapon. America introduced a new concept, blood quantum. The idea was simple: measure native identity by fractions, assign racial categories, control land and inheritance. For Black Indians, this was devastating. Even full blood Native children were classified as Negro, freedmen, non Indian, based on appearance alone. This was not tribal tradition. This was American racial science. In the late 1800s, the U.S. created the Dawes Rolls. These lists determined who was legally Indian, who received land allotments, who could pass down rights. Agents often decided race by skin tone, hair texture, facial features. Entire Black Indian families were placed on freedmen rolls, even when their grandparents were full tribal members. They spoke native languages. They had never been enslaved. One pen stroke erased centuries of belonging. Land was life. Those listed as freedmen received smaller plots, often infertile land or no land at all. White settlers quickly exploited this: fraud, forced sales, violence, legal manipulation. By 1920, most Black Indians were landless again, not by accident, by design. As Native nations reorganized under U.S. oversight, politics changed. Tribal leadership began to mimic American racial hierarchy, distance themselves from Black identity, and redefine Indian as anti-Black. Why? Because America rewarded it. Federal recognition, funding, sovereignty agreements. Black Indians became inconvenient reminders of shared resistance. Black Indian traditions slowly disappeared from public life. Drumming styles were banned, African-influenced ceremonies discouraged, languages lost speakers. Children were sent to boarding schools where African heritage was punished, Native identity was suppressed, Christianity replaced ancestral belief. A generation grew up disconnected. Still, they endured. Don't misunderstand. Black Indian elders preserved oral histories, maintained burial grounds, secretly practiced ceremonies, married within community to preserve lineage. Survival became invisible. By mid-century, Black Indians had been erased from textbooks, tribal narratives, census identity, American memory. They were told, "You are not Indian enough. You are not Black enough. You do not exist." But they did. In Oklahoma, in Florida, in Texas, in Louisiana, in Mexico, waiting. By 1950, the erasure was nearly complete, not through guns, but through files, laws, and silence. Yet something was changing. Memory was waking up, and the next generation would ask the forbidden question: who were we before America told us who we were?
All right, all right. All right, family. So there you have it. Short briefing, brief history of, and a little bit further context of Black natives and indigenous peoples here in the U.S., here in Turtle Island. All right. So hopefully, folks was able to get a little bit further context, information on some aspects of lineage and heritage. All right. Because as well, I'm about to say as we know, but some may not know. So let me add in Afro-descended people, Black people, had circumnavigated the globe. Okay, and so in ancient times, thousands of years before Europeans had ever known of quote unquote modern day civilization. Okay, when there was the cave dwellings going on. All right, and before African descended people actually brought civilization to European cultures. Okay, and so there were black people, African descended people everywhere across the entire globe. Okay, in every continent. All right, so we're actually native to the entire planet, being the first people, being the mothers and fathers of civilization. Okay, so recognize and realize, family. That's big facts. So no cap. All right. With that being said, let me come to the Ethereal journalist for any additions. Let me come in and welcome our other co-host for this evening, Sister Empress, and we have making blessing us with his presence today, Brother Knowledge Born Allah.
Yeah.
All right, all right. With that being said, let me bring it over to Sister Empress real quick and check in how you been.
All right, Brother Lumumba. So, here in Philly, we had this really strange kind of weather a few days ago. So now I know why Brother Knowledge is with us tonight. Anyway. All right, family. So just want y'all to know this is going to be a powerful session again tonight, y'all, like we just had for the past couple of days. So, hey, moving right along.
Indeed, indeed. All right, give thanks. But before I let you go, or before I move on to Brother Knowledge, any updates for us? Anything upcoming or presently or in the near future?
Okay, well, we've definitely been wrapping up some things today. We're still working on finalizing August the 23rd. I think we have the venue now. I can't just say just yet, but once we tell you what it is, you're going to go, oh, that's perfect. So we'll keep you informed, and hopefully by Sunday's meeting, we'll have the location for you for the kickoff for the Ubuntu session that's coming up on August the 23rd. As far as other things going on, MWM, particularly the sisters, it's time for you all to get on board. We're getting ready to do our first coordinating meeting to get ready for MWM 30. Of course, also for this year, MWM 29, but it's really kind of being put together to really help make certain that MWM 30 for next year is on point. So we'll be giving you more information about that before we close out tonight, because I don't have my scheduler with me, my book. But it's time to get ready, y'all. So moving right along.
All right. Absolutely. Thank you for that addition, Sister Empress. All right, with that being said, let me come over to my good brother, Knowledge Born Allah. Look what the wind blew in.
Peace, Black Power. Can you hear me okay?
All right. Hear you loud and clear. Black Power. Give thanks.
Right.
Peace. How's everything good, brother?
I am good. Doc Empress called me on the phone, and the phone slapped me upside of my head. I was like, okay, the Mercury in retrograde. We on the cusp of the new moon in Cancer. You understand what I'm saying? This is episode 56, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let me do a little mathematics right quick with that. You understand what I'm saying? I'm gonna do it from the numerological lens real quick. The number 56 blends the adventurous, adaptable energy of 5 with the nurturing and the domestic nature of 6. It symbolizes a period of personal growth, independence, and positive transformation. We get those numbers together with the sum of that master number 11, and we know from that numerological lens, we don't add those numbers together. So that's the master number 11, and that works with creative success, spiritual insight, and deep emotional connections within the family unit. Okay, don't it sound like it's Cancer season? Don't it sound like it's retrograde? all of this stuff all working together.
No
And tonight
doubt.
we're talking about a brave new world. A brave new world, devoid of the doom and gloom with the technological advancements and all of these things that they're, the fool's gold that they pushing around. So, I mean, it's definitely on time, right? They say men lie, women lie, and numbers don't. And the numbers be lying sometimes. You understand what I'm saying? Numbers be lying sometimes. So, I wanted to share that honest to you all. And I'm glad I came here right after Doc Empress, because Doc Empress, I don't know if you've seen this yet, but was inspired and an ode and an honor to you. So I'm going to show volume 2 real quick. Captain Uncaged, Almighty L. The remix. You know what I'm saying? The new mix real quick. You understand what I'm saying? Volume 2, because this is Doc Empress' favorite volume, okay? I want you to see what's happening. Can y'all see the screen?
All right. Brother Knowledge Born cooking up.
Cooking up over here. Doc Empress, she still with us?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. I need you off mute because I'm about to turn the page, and I need a real time live reaction. Okay. So let me turn the page real quick. Boom.
All right,
Okay.
I'm here.
There it is.
Okay. If you take a look at the screen, Doc Empress, we have retrofitted this volume to give us
Oh
what
wow.
ode to you and your work, and to this imagery that lines up as a precipice of something larger. So I just want you to see a couple of pages so you can see what's going on here. Okay. We did the entire book, every single page, in its entirety, reworked it. We, did everything over again. But I just wanted to dedicate the first couple of pages of us rewriting history and herstory in this brave new world that we're talking about tonight righteously. You understand what I'm saying? So the space of transformation, the space of retrograde, this space of Sankofa, right? The universe is going through a Sankofa with all of these transits, right? So as the cosmic mother begins to speak to us, we get to rebirth ourselves righteously and get right back on course and alignment from the ethereal to the material. So just wanted to show a couple of pages real quick and let you see, okay, we back working over here. You understand what I'm saying? We back working over here, and
Shay.
an ode to you, Doc Empress. We got the Empress mix. Okay. We got the Empress mix. With more to come.
Shay. Did we lose Sister Empress? We done lost Sister Empress. Hopefully
I think she was cheering so much she done flew out of here.
She done beamed off.
Oh yeah.
So, just real quick in the interim, if I could, just real quick, Captain Cage.
Yes, sir.
This is the summer, the Black Summer Literacy Program that we are promoting from June to August 31st. We got all 13 of these volumes on discount, or the discount of the discount of the discount. Okay. For $50. I just want to pull up the flyer real quick.
That's off the presses. That's off the presses. So that's 13 volumes.
13
the ebook
volumes.
series, Voices of the Diaspora, for the low price. The floor breaking price of $50.
Right. Well, I don't know where I'm gonna live at after this, but you know what I'm saying. Gotta make it work. You know what I'm saying. Sometimes
for the people. All right, family. So you know what I mean. Go ahead and grab up. You know what I mean. Get it while it's hot, family. Okay. All right. This is the.
Oh no, this is the wrong one. All right.
Okay.
They're all looking like I got a little looking-knees going on over here. Give me a little second. I just want to make sure I'm
all right.
right.
Got to pull up the summer children's curriculum program. All right, is that
Yes.
live and virtual?
Live and virtual, yes. So this is the material. So physically in the community, and then virtually with some other people, around the
Nice.
globe. So I just want to make
Okay,
sure. Doc Empress, you back?
you
Yep,
got
I'm
that.
back. My apologies. I'm in transit, so my I'm getting cut off and all of that. But oh wow, brother Bourne, I hope you're gonna get this big hug that I'm getting ready to send you.
Right. I'd rather get it than the switch, because the switch becomes swift sometimes. I was like, hey.
Oh wow, beautiful. Thank you so much. That's what I'm talking about.
Right, all right, all right. Excellent, excellent. Every
I
time, brother,
revamped.
knowledge one Allah come on. You know what I'm saying? You already know he gonna show off.
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
He cooking a mean
Wow.
gumbo. He cooking a mean gumbo.
Ooh yeah.
Got all the flavors up in that joint.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
no
Yes,
ham though.
indeed.
No ham.
No, well, yeah, no, we can't have the hand flavors.
Yeah, some of the folks that be trying to get, they be trying to slide in these. You know what I'm saying? Slide in these. I gotta make sure.
And then can you tell the listening audience where they can reach you, get further information, be able to grab some of the editions and for the low price of $50 for this special.
Definitely. If you give me 1 second, I want to pull up the flyer and talk with the flyer at the same time. Give you people think you be talking slick. You see what I'm saying? And they be like, "We a can of oil." I'll be like, "I look, I wasn't trying to
That's
talk
right.
slick
That's
to
right.
you." You know what I'm saying? We
Okay,
trying to
okay.
talk slick to a can of oil.
Pulling up
So
the
yeah,
receipts.
yeah. I revamped every book cover from the series as well, every single one of them, and I'm in the
Wow.
process of uh, re-editing every book on a whole nother level. So bringing more clarity, readability, all of those things, and all of that. So even the covers that we had out in circulation, they changed.
Mm.
They
Mm-hmm.
changed.
Okay,
So
okay.
let me go
Yes,
to
sir. Yes, sir. I see I'm not the only one well, I know I wasn't the only one cooking up, so yes indeed, yes indeed.
yeah. So
But
I'm currently writing the finishing up the book from boot camp to broadcast as well, and that is going to be a series, and I'll be getting with you both, you and Almighty L, talking about the transition, black vets coming home, what that was like going back, and then what kind of situations it created with the families and all of that. So in addition to sharing the propaganda machine, there's an unsung space where what it meant coming back from combat, and then what it meant transitioning from this sort of identity to an identity in Christ is coming back, actually transitioning from the service too, as well. So there's a
Mm-hmm.
space where I'm adding in, additions and stories in the subsequent volumes to speak to that transition. You see what I'm saying? Like somebody reintegrating back into society after they done been in, a foreign country,
mm-hmm.
the penitentiary system, whatever the case may be, like what
Right,
it
right,
means to
right.
come back and show those parallels, you know, for our families, because we have the highest incarceration rates in the world
Mm-hmm.
among
Mm-hmm.
black people, right? And then what that means. So this becomes a sort of rites of passage sort of system, and then subsequently we'll look at the propaganda wars on how prison is marketed to young black people.
Mm.
It
Right.
becomes a thing that you're looking to do. Like you're looking to go to prison, and how the juvenile justice system prepares you in a way to become a career criminal. You understand what I'm saying? So, if you look at the music, you look at the video games, you look at all the same way we're looking at war being marketed to the people, and the military service being marketed to black people, we could look at the improper propaganda campaign of the art and culture steering young black children to become career criminals. You see what I'm saying? So, adding that in the process. So I'll just wait until I find out. I don't want to mess up the flow of what's going on.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Do you want to drop any information though, just to get that quick plug so people can tap in?
Yeah, I
In the
want
email.
to. You can get those via Cash App, $, won't allow, all 13 volumes, uh, fully revamped, uh, and or PayPal.me/Do the Knowledge Radio, or email me at dothenowledgeradio@gmail.com, and was like, yo, I heard you talking slick over there, homie. I want to get some of them books you was talking about for the low. You understand what I'm saying? Not for the high, because these books all together are $150. So we have the ongoing partnership sale, right? And we have this exclusive Black Summer Literacy discounted price for the family. So you can get this for the family, and each family that makes a purchase of this $50, they get to choose 5 additional families to bless them with. So we're really pushing the narrative in regards to Black literacy over the summer months, because you get home and then you think learning stops. That's where learning is actually supposed to start. The
Mm-hmm.
indoctrination is in the outside world. So something that's apropos to you, custom made, retrofit for you, as a Black man, woman, or child, to bring the families together, to incorporate these activities surrounded about learning about yourselves, and where the real actual work and charity begins. So you can get these books for via Cash App or PayPal. Any other way, I don't know what to tell you. So thank you for the opportunity and the time.
Yes, sir, indeed. When you get the opportunity, when you get a chance, you can drop that in the chat so I can put that on the big screen. Let that matriculate and marinate for a little bit, so folks can go ahead and copy and paste, do whatever they got to do to get that information. All right. So additional bonus he then dropped on it. So that was 5 additional families. So that's 6 completed volumes altogether. Is that correct? One
It's
for
the
the one.
13.
Yeah,
It's the
13
volumes.
volumes altogether. But I'm saying
Yeah.
6 sets. Is
Yeah.
that for a family and then 5 additional families, or that is that the family and then 4 additional
So
families?
if one person buys them, they can send it to 5 families. So you're blessing 5 families with it. So each person, each sale, each $50 sale, and I sent it out to some people uh, that are in the group as well. I know they're dealing with curriculum, summer school, and the like. So I wanted to make sure that they had access to it as well.
I say. So that basically family breaks down to like $8.20. Okay, for 13 volumes, family. When you break it down, that $50, that's 650. You know what I'm saying? That's $8.20. You can't beat that with 8 sticks.
Real.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
And good people's, good righteous and beautiful peoples of our Ethereal Journey podcast audience, we want to let you know we got history writers, history makers, and history everything on this show. Sister Empress Chi, the founder and architect of the Million Woman March. Brother Knowledge Born Allah. He's telling you about her story and history with some of the things that he's writing about currently, and now he's releasing for the masses to gain more insight, to learn from a different perspective, and to rewrite our history, because they done wrote our history to the point where we don't even know who we are, but we do know who we are. So I just encourage people to tune in to some historical, creative people that we are here on the Ethereal Journey podcast. We don't play games when it comes to teaching our people and giving them a chance to elevate their consciousness through the beauty of a new thought, but really the beauty of an old thought, because a lot of these things are history that and history that people don't know about. So I just want to apply a knowledge born Allah, brother knowledge born Allah, for the fire that he's bringing out of his soul. He's bringing love offerings to our people. So, receive those pollinations. Let those pollinations marinate so that they can germinate and bring forth the righteous fruit from the root to the fruit. Not this madness that we got going on right now. So that's what I want to encourage, because this is the Black History Month. This is the Black, not History Month, but this is the Black History segment, or the Black Facts segment. So this is what we're talking about. And we have people that are ethereal journalists currently engaged in their creativity to bring forth this knowledge, this information, and this beautiful things that we call her story and his story. I yield.
Absolutely, family. All
so
right.
I got him on the screen, Captain Cage, if you can see him.
Yes,
make sure. I know they pushing us to scamming, scamming behind N-words, out here, for the summer, but I know that's on the agenda, right? Well, I just want to, present this in a way. So all of the information, June 1st to August 31st, in investment. You're investing in the future of Black literacy as a collective. We're targeting our youth, but as a collective, this is available. Right? So this is a potential step towards the reformation of your family. Getting everybody on one accord. We speak about everything from entrepreneurship to Black womanhood, to revolutionaries, to thought leaders, to science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, to framing our own narrative, reclaiming our own narrative, to dealing with our educators, our scholars. What victory looks like. After we win, after we're victorious, because we say every broadcast together, we will win. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So what does it look like after that? You understand? And how do we prepare our minds and imaginations to have the proper mindset, the proper etherical sort of connection to be realigned and have all of these sorts of powers combined, right? And then what does our legacy look like in the future? And then now, after all of that, how do we tell our story again? So these are all of the aspects that are customized and created with Black families in mind. So you're investing in your future. You're investing in the survivability and the thrivability of your bloodline. You understand what I'm saying? And I just wanted to show this other cover that I was talking about. This is not included in the series. I don't want y'all to be like, I want that Army one that you showed up there. You understand what I'm saying? That's a separate series and a docu-series that will accompany this series. So from boot camp to broadcast, some of my own personal experience, and then the sum total experience of the Black military service experience that was told to me via the sights and the sounds of people that I served with, served under, went to combat with, and another brother who left the Special Operations Command and was in the Pentagon for 2 decades or 3 decades. So some of these things, he shared with me as this, propaganda tool as well. So this series right here, begins in that vein. And like I said just a few minutes ago, sharing what that transition is like in the series, coming home from combat, returning back into your families, and then ultimately leaving the service and returning back into civilian life. What that transition is like, and some of those things. So I would have to thank Mother God and her infinite wisdom via Miss Blue. She was like, I'm very interested in this. And then that sparked that, through line or stream of consciousness to be like, oh, I need to speak about this here. I need to speak about the transition from this way. I've articulated it over the years, but it's never been a volume or a volume series dedicated to it. So now we're adding the visual aspects and all, because our service is connected to our families. And just because, we were in dangerous situation, that doesn't account solely for the mental, emotional, and spiritual strain that it puts on our families associated with it. So tying it in that regard. So whether you wore a uniform, in the military or you wore a uniform in the street, if you black in America, you understand what I'm saying? You associate with a service that needs to be spoken to and spoken of, by somebody who cares. So I
That's right.
yield.
That's right. It's
Hey,
funny you mentioned the boot camp piece, brother Knowledge Born Out Loud, because we covered last week in the 55th episode, we covered a segment dealing with a soldier story from the movie with Denzel Washington and Adolf Caesar and a lot of other like early real popular black actors and actresses. I
Oh
think
yeah,
Patti LaBelle was in the movie. We covered it,
yeah.
and we sort
You
of
want
went
to hit
into
old
some of the
SARS,
stuff.
huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we covered that whole
Old
thing.
SARS.
You remember that? You remember that scene with him and Wilkie, and they were looking at old CJ Memphis, and then
Oh
he
yeah,
started talking about
yeah.
the Frenchies and how they treated them in France, and had them, had the boy call him Moonshine King of the Monkey. We went over
Right.
all of that on that episode, but we went. It's
Man.
just great that you're doing what you're doing right now because it sort of validates us talking about soldiers, a soldier's story, which was what the
Right.
name of that movie was, as you know. So yeah, I just
Right.
wanted to connect that dot, man. How what you're doing right now is right on frequency, right on vibration with what we're into right now. So
So I missed the
appreciate you.
movie knees. I missed the movie a
Oh
moment in the
man,
movie knees. Shit was
man,
difficult.
bruh. We went in and we could do it again and add you into the mix because like brother Captain Uncaged said, there's so many layers that we didn't even cover. We covered the colorism piece a little bit, the black envy, black hatred, black, jealousy piece. But there's
Right.
other things that you could have probably interjected in there because of your vast experience in the military as well. But
Yeah.
we'll come back to that, John, one day. We're gonna hit it, and we're gonna hit it right with you. But we're gonna
Yeah.
let you know what we're gonna
Either
do.
that or dead presidents or both. Either way it goes.
there you go.
That's,
Yeah, let's mix it up.
Oh,
that's
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
oh yeah.
because dead presidents. I'm not trying to take it long. I just need 2 seconds, Captain Cage. I know you
Yes,
on the agenda, right? Dead presidents was what the Blood Brothers movie later was actually supposed to be.
Mm.
So when you see the Blood Brothers movie later on, the spookified version, right? Um,
Spook League.
you know,
Let me turn my
it,
mic
it
on.
was a readaptation of real life events, right? So when we see some of these things now, with the dab, with the afro, all of those things, like we were talking about the Korean War, Vietnam War situation, and we talked about black syphilis, Almighty El, right? So in that region, all the way through, it wasn't just relegated to one or two
Mhm.
places; it was the whole of Asia, the whole of Asia. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? That was, something that was manufactured before they manufactured, what we know as quote unquote HIV and some of these other things. So there's always the overplay for the underplay. So if we look at their presidents was literally a depiction of how you take someone from off of the street, radicalize their mind, and use it for your purpose, right? So Anthony's purpose was in war, Vietnam, but off of the cusp of his father being a Korean War veteran. You see what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So how it ravaged their household and ultimately their life.
Right.
So there's a whole space in regards to the Marine story versus the soldier story. So what it
Mhm.
looked like on active duty over here in the Army, this is what it looked like in the Marine Corps. It
Mhm.
just didn't show the training mechanism. Full Metal Jacket did a perfect job of showing the training mechanism and then a sad job of showing some of the after effects in regards to what it is because they did the low white knees. But what the Hughes brothers did from a multitude of levels was show all of the aspects that were associated with black service members and
Mhm.
their families and one and still made it a decent movie for the most part. So yeah, either one of those, does the work.
No doubt, no doubt. We definitely gonna have to visit that and unpack all those different levels of and layers that accompany what a soldier has to go through in his story. And most stories are not being told because they could care less about our soldier story, but we got to tell them now. So appreciate that love, man, for all that history that you're doing and all that her story that you're putting in the work to bring forth and rewrite our history and our history. Appreciate you, bro.
If Tom Clancy could do it, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, shoot. Come on, bro.
Tom Clancy could do it and make it fictionalized and radicalized, and you run around looking at Delta Force and all of this old extra stuff.
And Rambo.
Yeah, and 24 and all these other things that came over there. Like, please, if we went through the military shows, that'd be on a whole nother level. But
that'd be a whole show.
Captain Cage, I'm gonna be quiet. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be quiet. My bad, Cap.
You good? You good? Support Black history and her story, but written by the current creative minds and intellects. So just continue to support us. Hey, brother Knowledge Born, before we move on to the next segment, where can people also, like, whether it's on social media, see some of the things that you're advertising for? What's your email? Not email. Well, your email as well, but as well as your social media sites where they could go to and look at some of the great stuff that you're doing.
Captain Cage was like, I did ask him that 3 times. My bad, Cap. You understand what I'm saying? So I just when I don't have the visual in front of me, I don't want to be cheating the people because it's too much scamming out here. So I want to make sure that folks see it. So if they see my name, Knowledge Born a Lot, or they see Do the Knowledge Radio on Instagram, either one of those. But Instagram is Knowledge Born a Lot 357. So check that out, or check out my channel, Do the Knowledge Radio, and have some of those things out there and available, for people to see. If y'all been along the journey along the way, y'all to see the revamp, the remix. You understand what I'm saying? This is the remix. No Weinstein.
All right. So thank you for that information once again, brother Knowledge, and all the wonderful work that you continue to do. All right, so y'all go out there and get that good information. Tap in with the brother and get these curriculums. That's designed for us, by us. And for our own and betterment, improvement, elevation. All right, and edification. All right, family. With that being said, let me go to our next clip. All right, we're going to keep it moving, and we're going to jump into some current events. All right, then we're going to kind of break some of these things down and show how these things correlate to the Black experience. All right, so with that being said, shout out to Democracy Now, and we're going to go ahead and share some updates of what's happening locally and around the globe. All right. 1 second, I'll share my screen. Here it is right here. Pull that up. Okay. That should be pulled up. All right. All right, let's let it rock.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Trump's announced the U.S. is reinstating its naval blockade of Iranian ports as the U.S. and Iran move closer to a return to all-out war. The U.S. has carried out another night of strikes on Iran, with U.S. Central Command saying it targeted, quote, coastal defense systems, missile and drone sites, and maritime capabilities, unquote. In addition, Trump has notified Congress that the U.S. is again at war with Iran, giving him another 60 days to attack Iran without congressional approval. Iran retaliated by attacking U.S. military sites in Bahrain and Jordan. In addition, Iran struck 2 oil tankers from the United Arab Emirates. An Indian crew member was killed, several others injured. While Iran maintains that it controls the Strait of Hormuz, President Trump announced a new plan for the U.S. to begin imposing a 20% fee on oil tankers and other ships passing through the strait. In a post on Truth Social, Trump wrote, quote, "The USA will be from this point forward known as the guardian of the Hormuz Strait," unquote. Trump gave no details about how this would actually be accomplished. At the White House, Trump claimed the U.S. would end up controlling the entire strait.
They're wired differently, and we're not going to put up with it. We are just going forward. We're attacking them tonight. We're taking out all of their capability for anything having to do with the strait, with the Hormuz Strait. And I think in the end, we will end up just controlling the whole thing.
Tensions are escalating between Houthi forces in Yemen and Saudi Arabia, testing a 4-year truce. On Monday, the Houthis, who are aligned with Iran, fired missiles at Saudi Arabia's international airport in Abha. Earlier in the day, the Houthis accused Saudi Arabia of bombing the international airport in the Yemeni capital of Sana'a. The Saudi-backed Yemeni government took responsibility for bombing the airport in Sana'a, saying it was done to prevent an Iranian aircraft from landing. Immigration agents fatally shot a 26-year-old Colombian man on Monday as he was driving to work in Biddeford, Maine. The man has been identified as Juan Sebastian Guerrero, the father of a 3-year-old daughter. One witness reported seeing agents drag Guerrero from his car after the shooting. One eyewitness said, quote, "He was bleeding profusely from the head. He was talking. He said, 'I tried to stop.' At least 4 bullet holes were seen in the car's windshield after the shooting. Another neighbor said she heard a woman screaming at immigration agents, 'You took her dad. You took her dad,' unquote. The woman was with a young girl dressed in bluey pajamas who is believed to be Guerrero's 3-year-old daughter. Another neighbor said, quote, "I watched a wife fall to her knees looking at her husband's dead body on the ground. I watched a little girl crying with a little pink backpack on because she's never going to see her father again," unquote. Senator Angus King's office said the Department of Homeland Security has confirmed Juan Sebastian Guerrero was not the target of any warrant. The Maine Immigrants' Rights Coalition said Guerrero was authorized to work in the United States and had been issued a Social Security number. His death prompted protests across Maine, including outside the Maine offices of Republican Senator Susan Collins. The killing of Juan Sebastian Guerrero comes just a week after an ICE agent in Houston fatally shot Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, a 52-year-old Mexican father of 3 who'd lived in the United States for decades. The killings come amidst a major surge in ICE activity. ICE reported making 10,000 arrests over a 5-day period in late June. That's 2,000 arrests a day. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum is calling for criminal investigations into the deaths of 17 Mexicans in the United States amidst President Trump's sweeping immigrant crackdown. 14 of the Mexicans died in immigration detention, while 3 were killed by U.S. agents, including Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, who was fatally shot by an ICE agent in Houston last week. Sheinbaum spoke Monday in Mexico City.
I want to tell you that today the Foreign Ministry will file complaints with the U.S. Department of Justice and state prosecutors' offices in the United States over the deaths of 17 Mexican nationals, including the most recent one who was practically executed.
A federal judge has blasted President Trump's $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS, saying it was filed for improper purposes and that it was an attempt to use the court, quote, to earmark billions of dollars from American taxpayers, unquote. The judge also penalized Trump's lawyers, including Attorney General Todd Blanche, for manipulating the judicial process by filing the lawsuit against the IRS over Trump's leaked tax returns. The lawsuit ended in a settlement that granted President Trump immunity from future tax audits and initially created a nearly $1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization fund to compensate Trump's allies. An audit would have hit President Trump with a $100 million tax bill if the IRS found wrongdoing. After substantial public outcry, including from Republican officials, the Trump administration eventually abandoned the anti-weaponization fund. On Monday, federal judge Kathleen Williams stated in her ruling that the government cannot claim that its settlement with President Trump was conducted as a part of a legitimate legal process. Judge Williams also requested that a copy of the order be sent to the New York bar, where Attorney General Blanche is a member and is currently facing multiple ethics complaints. There was a planned confirmation hearing for Todd Blanche as Attorney General this week in the Senate. 12 Democratic-led states have sued to block Paramount Skydance's $111 billion acquisition of Warner Brothers Discovery. Paramount Skydance is run by David Ellison, whose father, Larry Ellison, is the billionaire founder of Oracle and a prominent ally and financial backer of President Trump. Under the proposed deal, CNN and CBS News streaming services HBO Max and Paramount Plus, as well as film and television studios, would all be combined under a single entity controlled by the Ellisons. This is California Attorney General Rob Bonta.
This $110 billion proposed merger, the largest merger in Hollywood history, would extinguish competition. It would result in higher prices, lower content quality, and fewer movies and TV shows. I'm proud to lead 12 attorneys general across the country to put an end to a merger that, let's just say it simply, breaks the law. It hurts an industry that touches the lives of Americans daily and brings so much to the state of California.
The UK is also weighing whether to sue to take on the proposed merger between Paramount Skydance and Warner Brothers Discovery. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has announced new plans for the United States to, quote, systematically disable, unquote, the International Criminal Court, brick by brick. On Monday, Rubio published an opinion piece in the Wall Street Journal and posted a short video attacking the tribunal at The Hague.
The ICC and its friends are waging a war against our country, not with bullets or missiles, but with statutes and compacts and the force of so-called international law.
Last year, the Trump administration imposed sweeping economic and travel sanctions on ICC judges and prosecutors after the court issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant for committing war crimes in Gaza. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced a new joint task force with the Justice Department to, quote, identify and prosecute, unquote, leaks to the press. In a video posted on social media, Hegseth thanked Attorney General Todd Blanche, saying he was, quote, proud that our departments are working together closer than we have ever before, unquote. This comes just days after Justice Department subpoenaed 4 journalists at the New York Times after they reported on security concerns over President Trump's new plane, which was donated to him by Qatar. In other press freedom news, U.S. border agents seized the electronic devices of journalist Max Blumenthal after he flew home from a reporting trip to Iran where he covered the funeral of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Blumenthal, who's the founder of the Gray Zone, said agents also interrogated him. He said, quote, the seizure of my devices was a clear act of intimidation aimed at deterring me and others from doing further critical reporting from Iran about the illegal war ravaging the country, Blumenthal said. President Trump signed an executive order Monday, drastically reducing the size of 2 national monuments in Utah by more than 90%. The Bears Ears and Grand Staircase Escalante National Monuments in southern Utah are considered sacred by Native Americans and span more than 3.2 million acres, which is nearly the size of Connecticut. Critics say the order opens up thousands of acres of protected land to developers and the oil and gas industry. South Carolina's governor appointed Darlene Graham Nardone, the sister of the late Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, to replace him and serve out the rest of his term, which ends in January. Senator Graham died over the weekend from an aortic tear. With her appointment, Nardone becomes South Carolina's first female senator. She has never held public office before. In climate news, the National Weather Service is forecasting dozens of temperature records in cities across the U.S. will be tied or broken today and tomorrow. Meanwhile, a new study finds that a heat wave in England and Wales last month killed about 2,700 people. During a 3-day peak, an estimated 440 people died per day due to heat-related causes. This is Claire Barnes, a research associate at the Imperial College in London.
I think the first important thing to take away from this study is that we are now seeing really dangerous levels of heat. This is not go out and play in the sun weather. This is something we all need to be aware of the risks of. And the other thing we really need to remember is that this is not naturally occurring heat. This has been supercharged by human-caused warming.
The operator of the Keystone Pipeline, a company based in Canada called Southbow, has agreed to pay nearly $27 million in civil penalties over the 2022 oil spill, which dumped nearly 13,000 barrels of heavy crude oil into a creek in rural Kansas. Under the agreement with the federal government, the company would also spend about $40 million to prevent future accidents. The EPA's assistant administrator for its enforcement office said, quote, "The oil spill blanketed land and water, rendering the waterway lifeless and useless and requiring extensive cleanup and remediation. The substantial penalty reflects the seriousness of the environmental harm," unquote. And the pro-Palestinian activist and philanthropist Fergie Chambers has been arrested in Spain after the United States requested his extradition. Chambers is an heir to the multi-billion-dollar Cox family fortune. For years, he's used his inheritance to fund leftist and pro-Palestinian groups. According to the indictment, he faces charges including providing funding to Palestinian militant groups. His family denied the charge and said Chambers is a victim of political persecution. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
All right, family, let's stop the screen share there. A lot of great information, staying informed and abreast of what's happening within the country and some of the conflicts that are happening around the world. All right, so we're going to see if we can connect some of these dots, family, and see how things play into one another. All right, with that being said, let me come to the Ethereal journalist for any additions on that. Let me come first to Brother Knowledge Born Allah. I know he's gonna set it off, so let me come there first.
On the left, y'all set it off. On the right, y'all set it off.
Set it off. Set it off. Set it off. Oh man. From the ethereal level, we know we're dealing with Mars and Gemini, all of these other transits that are happening right now, a bunch of transits happening right now. So with America, the corporation or the country, however you want to deem it, turning 250, and the transit that we currently in right now ain't been here since this happened, like Jupiter and Gemini, another thing, right, happening. We already knew that these things was going to be happening, right? So from an ethereal level, we were already foretold that a lot of these things are going to be taking place. Whether you looking in your spiritual book, your religious book, your astrological book, or whatever the case may be, we are out of sync and out of tune with Mother Earth, with our ancestors, and with our realm in spirit and in truth. So a beautiful judgment day. I ain't gonna do too much for that. I'm gonna leave that for Almighty L. But I'm going to dwell in the realm of political media, social media, theater. So there was a lot of information. It appeared on the surface to be reported on in that space, and that was an excellent source, Captain Cage. Actually, but the theater, the teetering in between the ability to be able to properly report on the story and to add the fluff, and then to add the misinformation at the same time, it's all there. The guy, Maximilian Blumenthal, we know his ancestry, right? his device to go over, his ability to be able to go over to Iran and report and then come back, and then he was his devices was confiscated and he was interrogated. So the ancestry of the guy who went to report on the funeral of the Ayatollah, who we know is in that lineage of them folks who went over to Germany and they was approved Aryans, and then they went back and took over Iran from a military coup sort of situation into a quote unquote religious situation. Right? That's not even indigenous to that landmass. Let's deal with that. And a month or so back, Captain Cage, you drew the parallel in between how the black population was being treated in Iran versus how they're treated in Israel. Was that correct?
Yes, sir.
So we see the theater, right? The underplay for the overplay. You see the president in a posture, in this war posture, right? As prophesied, saying, okay, we reached the deal. Oh no, we back at war. Oh, we know we got this. Oh no, we got this. So we're going back and forth, right? And then the boldness to be even say like, okay, he said that, but he didn't say how he was going to do it. Have y'all been paying attention so far? Has he said how he's going to be able to do anything? You understand what I'm saying? So he's utilizing this guise of how these things are working in this favor. They could tell you that, okay, the reason why these prices are going the way it is because of the Strait of Hormuz. And then they could tell you in the same broadcast that they just wasted some oil back in 2022. And that oil hit the sea, and the sea is no longer habitable. It's useless. They tell you that the water is useless. They tell you, and that they're prepared to pay this money. The Strait of Hormuz means what? And then the whole situation in South America, right? They don't say South America in the space where they went, and Jack Homey, who was the president, and his family, they didn't talk about Venezuela, but they talked about a man in Maine being executed, but he was Colombian. And then they went from Maine to Mexico. This is all pipeline situation rolling from Canada to Mexico. So what's the reason to be going outside of this place for anything? But the game is fear-mongering. I saw somebody in the chat saying warmongering. It's a space of technocracy. So the petro wars that we're used to adopting are no longer the order of the day, the technocracy, the ability to be able to hyperdimensionalize into your mind space whatever they want to supplant on an inception sort of level is what they're after. So the large language model machine learning situation that is happening here is affecting everything that's happening in the current reality, right? So if we're talking Matrix, if we're talking Terminator, if we're talking all of those things, if those things are true, they have to happen. You understand what I'm saying? If they live is true, these things have to happen, but they have to happen in your mind. How are you protecting your mind? What is your psychic self-defense in the midst of the space that our elders and our ancestors called the Jason months? It's just July. It's July, August, September, October, November. Are we new here? Did we just get here? What's happening? You understand what I'm saying? So this time release, trauma release that goes on the loop in regards to this theater to keep looping you back into the loop. July, August, September, October, November, right? Every year. However, the transits have these things and influence these things in a way to make it appear to look different. So they showed us this thing and then they flipped it in the same broadcast, in the same reporting. You understand what I'm saying? So your mind is like, oh man, I don't know about this. And they want you to weep for someone's life to be taken. And then they flipped it and went down and it said, oh, the president of Mexico is asking about these 17 citizens. What they doing here? What they doing here? If you that concerned about, come get them and get them up out of here. You understand what I'm saying? Like if you that concerned about them, but they're playing these games. These are all games that they're playing, but they're playing these games against Mother Nature. There's a war. The war to end all wars. The war of words and the war of water. Waterways. So when you start to deplete the earth of water, if you ever wanted to see God show up, she will show up, as my brother says, Obade Dayo, when you start messing with the water. You start messing with the water. All heaven and all hell is breaking loose in this space because of the contamination of the water. So when we look at the water that we drink, the water that we cook from, the water that we bathe from, all of these situations, how did we look at a situation like Newark and a situation like Flint and didn't get the hint about the water crisis ever since? So even that ain't even a new situation. So they, I know we're going to get into it, but I just want you to see the theater that it plays into in regards to the AI and the water consumption and all these other data centers that they're talking about. What about the non-drinking water, the non-bathing water of the people in Flint? And the Flint crisis is 100 times less than the North water crisis. And no kind of situation about North. You understand what I'm saying? Like no publicity, none of that. But they got a guy running around playing fake arrest, getting arrested by appointment over here to get reelected to do what? You understand what I'm saying? So all of these things with theater and media training and media analysis comes into play in regards to what are you looking at? You understand what I'm saying? Because you could look at something and you can hear something and it's set to throw you into a frenzy, but also to make you think because they can't hide anything. They can't hide anything. They have to report on it. So with them reporting on it, what do you do with this information that you receive? How do you go through the filtration process of converting something from information into knowledge? And is it old or is it new? They literally, with this technocracy sort of situation, they could bring up something and report it like it happened yesterday and it happened 20 years ago. And use the same footage, all of these things that happened. This is how they could play with the timelines, and this was the Back to the Future type of situation. So I ain't gonna say too much more on it unless somebody else prompts something. But like looking at that broadcast, listening to this broadcast, listening to the things that are happening, you see this blast from the past, but it's new information to those who haven't grown up and existed in the time frame where they were putting the lies into place. You understand what I'm saying? So it went from Trading Places as a movie to Trading Places as a reality. The difference is we're sitting at home and we're getting places traded with us. You see what I'm saying? Like, I know y'all don't even want me to start talking about transhumanism and all that real Trading Places stuff that's actually happened as an undercurrent. But
Oh, that's a
I'm
whole
just
episode
saying,
we're gonna do. That's a future episode. So yeah, we're gonna dig deep in that.
right. So just saying in regards to what we just looked at, we just reported, and I just wanted y'all to see the power and the necessity of being able to sit with young people and have them use their critical eye to be able to deduce fact from fiction and truth from lie in the day and time and what must be done. And I yield with that.
All right. Yes, indeed. Thank you for that addition, that breakdown from the material to the etherical, brother Knowledge. All right. With that being said, let me come over to brother Pollinator.
Yeah. He broke it down from the material to the ethereal, like you said. That was a beautiful connecting of reality and fiction, but one is one and the other is the other. But basically, it's the same thing. And a lot of people don't realize, and I don't think they've tuned into the news media, but most people don't realize that CERN shut down the Large Hadron Collider. Why? On June the 29th. It's because they can't no longer shift timelines. They've been forbidden to do this. And this is coming from the divine universal courts of universal law. I mean, y'all done lied enough. Y'all done got y'all, 20% of lies in and maybe 80% of the truth that you're supposed to, and let them earthlings and human beings figure these things out. So now we're going to shut the Hadron down, the LHD or whatever, the Large Hadron Collider, the LHC. And now the timelines are starting to converge and collide. They really was aiming when they first put that into effect, CERN into effect. They were really aiming to change the timeline of 2012 because they knew, based on a lot of this, spiritual foretellings as well as prophecies, that some major events were going to happen in 2012, as well as they came out with that disaster movie in 2012 with I think The Rock played in that joint, if I'm not mistaken. But I say these things to say that you can even feel that since they've taken that out, people are resting more. They're not as anxious, and they're starting to realize that their bodies are not being controlled mentally or through frequency weapons or anything like that, like they've been doing since that Large Hadron Collider came into effect. So I say that to say there was a Mandela effect, and some people have been pointing it out, where even with Chick-fil-A, where it was spelled CHC, chick, and then filet, and now it's spelled with CHICK. And they're saying, wait a minute, when did they change their actual advertisement of that product from chick with a K at the end to CHIC, or vice versa? So we can see the Mandela effect actually being manifested, and the veil coming off of what they've created through when they created that CERN situation over there in East, or whatever part of Europe they're in. So I say these things to say that what you were talking about, Brother KBA, about the timelines being shifted, and now they're coming together, because we know time is not linear. See, most people think that time is the only, no, the past, the present, and the future all coexist simultaneously. That's why they could do what they did and go back on that newscast and talk about what happened in 2022 with whatever they said, and then come back and try to connect that dot. That's what they're doing. They're trying to catch up with stuff that they actually screwed around with by unleashing some portals, some gateways, some vortexes back when they created that LHC, the Large Hadron Collider. So I say these things to say that even today, if people paid attention to the news, do you all know that the House just passed a law to make us all go to daylight savings time, and not change the clock or change it from, daylight savings time to whatever comes up in the fall. They want to do daylight savings time now without changing the time of the clock. Well, y'all been taking away from an hour here and adding an hour there for the last however many times since that whole daylight savings time program came into effect. Why are y'all messing with the time now? People are used to having, a shorter time of day during certain parts of the year. Now you're talking about having daylight savings time where it's going to be light most of the day until like right now where it goes into 7 or 8 o'clock before we see the sun go down. Come on, man. Y'all playing games, man. Y'all playing games, and now the games are over. And the universe, like Brother KBA said, is coming to get that karmic debt now, because people have now started messing with Mother Nature, the water. All these attacks on these animals are starting to attack human beings, like the big seal and the big bison that knocked the dude like 20 feet in the air. The seals are attacking people on the beaches. There's animals now starting to be pissed off behind how human beings have not been good stewards of our beautiful Mother Earth. So now we're looking at all these different situations now, and everything is coming into manifestation. Because like I said, time is not linear. You could have a dimension working in the past, present, and the future at the same time. That's what people don't understand, the quantum physics. And we're going to get into that a little bit down the road when we start getting into the higher levels of consciousness concerning, like you said, transhumanism and all the things that we had talked about. We got to start delving into and going more in depth too, because this is what the reality is. It ain't the reality, but we got to create our own reality by being master manifestors of our truth and our own destiny and purpose. By not allowing them to think for 1 second, they're going to continue to create these illusions. And then most people have the strong delusion, take them out, and they become delulu. And that's why a lot of people are crashing out right now. You're seeing a lot of people, doing stuff like unaliving people getting taken out of here left and right. I was telling earlier the day before you came on, Sister Chi and brother Knowledge Born Allah, I just had to help a friend whose sister just checked out of here, and there wasn't no indication that was going to happen. But when it do happens, it comes in sudden bursts, and it becomes an emotional sometimes situation where that person needed to, have some counseling. But I helped them out, move all her stuff out of the house, which she passed away in. So I'm just saying, death and life are now coming in close proximity now. And people are not ready to deal with the fact that you are immortal. Some people, like I said, are not immortals, but they're immortals. But the mortals now are scared because death is coming knocking at the door. So I just say all these things to say that we just got to continue raising our consciousness up and doing what we got to do to know that this reality is what it is. It's a matrix. It's a simulation. It's like playing a video game, like a lot of people play when they're not, during their recreational times. So with that being said, let's continue on to raise our consciousness, good peoples. I yield.
All right. Outstanding. And thank you for that addition, Brother Polynick.
Okay, Shirley Baker said that daylight savings time began in 1918. Thank you for that research, Sister Shirley Baker. Yeah, now it's 2026 and they want to go full-time daylight savings time. Why? That's what you got to question at this stage of the game. I yield.
All right. With that being said, let me get over to Sister Empress. What's your
Wow. Yes. So much information, so much great insight. So I'm going to keep mine and to be a little more simplistic and also in another direction. And it is this. So we know, or many know, that a lot of what we're seeing and hearing are really forms of distraction. And they are intentional. So Brother Knowledge is on point, Elle is on point, and putting all of those things together, what I always bring us to the realization or to the focus of what are we going to do? Given the fact that we are now pretty clear about certain things, but what we are not so clear about is what it is that we are going to do. So that's kind of where I come in at, and where I'm really focused a little more. We know what the enemy is about, has been about, and now to some extent, we know what some of the plans are for the future. The process of elimination is indeed in effect as we speak, all across the board. And there are segments of our people, or folks that we call our people, they're not going to survive. They're not going to make it. Yeah, I mean, we just face it, because that's what's going to happen. You can't keep telling people over 100 years, and it's been longer than that, but we can document 100 years of certain types of information, certain types of movements, certain sacrifices of our people with their blood, sweat, and tears, etc. You can't do that for a whole century plus and then keep acting stupid. I mean, that is just not going to work out for folk. And unfortunately, that's now what's going to happen, and is happening, and it's going to happen to a greater extent. America is now clearly the new world circus, you see, and I'll go more in depth to that concept at another time, but we're seeing it unfold right before our eyes. When you understand what a circus really is, by definition and in its factual mode of being, and not just in the context of the Ringling Brothers. It has a more in-depth kind of presentation and reality. And again, we'll go back into that. So what I tend to propose is, as I said in 2017, I said the year 2020 of their concept was going to be like none other. And it would indeed be perfect vision. And what happened and I said this in 2017, right? And folks that know me and have been around me during that time period know that that is exactly what I said. The year 2020 would be like none other. And I didn't know the specifics, but what happened? COVID. That's what happened. And so what we know is that our people have been saying certain things for decades, and prior to a more modern time, we were known to be able not just to be storytellers, but also to be able to tell the story in the context of what was going to be coming. And for whatever reason, folks have closed their ears, closed their minds, and as a result, they will now pay the consequences. For example, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught, and others, even what's his name, Father Divine. You can go into different areas of thought, but there's some things that remain somewhat consistent, and it was structuring what you eat. And to a greater extent, that it was more healthier. You see, that is at least 75 years of teachings, at least 75 years. And so you figure at this stage of the game, folks still don't get it. Guess what? They're going to get it, but not what they think. And so we're saying again that I sent out a clip earlier that talked about the new rise of HIV in Texas. The thousands of new reports that is now coming out in Texas, right? We're going to see a slew of stuff in the next 2 to 5 years, by the year 2030, to be more specific, because again, the process of elimination is in effect. Both our brothers mentioned earlier, and of course, Brother Lumumba has said it as well. There's an imbalance. It has been an imbalance. Again, here in Philadelphia, last Saturday, we saw something that we ain't really seen, at least not in my lifetime, in the realm of like a hurricane. And the way that it was done, if you was in one part of the city, you didn't even know that was happening. And where it did happen, let me tell you, it took up trees, it took off the roofs. That thing was incredible. We've been sending out some of the pictures. You won't believe it, but it was like a tsunami hit right? And this was like in one or two sections of Philadelphia. The rest of the city, they was like, huh? What happened? When? How? So we know that there's some real stuff going on. Lastly, what I say to folks is, and you can kind of tune into it, because come next year, it begins to go into effect along with the Dogon peoples, that's known as the Dogon peoples. There is a kickoff that goes off starting with them next year. It is MWM's 30. I'm saying to folks, the Ma'atic epoch is on its way, because we say that this is an imbalance going on. Well, what's going to help make it balance? And again, we listen to other folks and we deal with their concepts, we deal with their time periods. And as the brother said earlier, you know, their idea of time is so often ain't even funny. We have bought into that. And so now that has to be totally almost dismantled. So what's going to replace? You can't get rid of a system. Usually, I mean, anything can happen, but usually you cannot rid of a system or lessen a system unless you got something else to put in place, you see. And so again, what we're saying on our end is the Ma'atic epoch is that. So while other peoples declare or give names to time periods, be it the Renaissance, be it the Baroque era, be it the, the whatever, they literally give time periods that they designate as such. And then other folks follow it. So I'm saying we now designate our time period, and it is called the Ma'atic epoch, and it begins to unfold next year.
Okay, Sister Chi, I mean, I love what you're talking about, but for the audience, can you give a sort of like your quick and dirty, or your quick and whatever good about what the Ma'atic epoch is, or the epoch?
Okay, right. And depends on what school of thought it is, epoch or epoch. All right, it's EPOCH. And right. What that actually means is a designated period in time. Mm-hmm. That's what it means, right? Mm-hmm. That's pretty much the definition. So it's a very specific, very unique period in time, you see. So when do we decide what stuff is going to be? Well, I just said when. That's what we're doing right now. And so again, when you talk about the principles of Ma'at, not we're going to believe in Ma'at as the principles, there are 7+. Okay, actually there's 9+, but there's 7 to 9 that most tend to agree with, gravitate to, or whatever. And it crosses the board. No matter what religion you're in, no matter what philosophy or school of thought, you're going to find those principles. And they are truth, justice, reciprocity, balance, law, order, etc. Okay, those are primary principles. So when you talk about, again, law, order, balance, truth, justice, reciprocity, those things in its righteousness, right? Again, for us to now come through that, bringing that forward, we're the instruments to bring that forward. The highly melanated people that I call black, and I do so for a reason, and y'all know how I love black holes, so that tells you right there why. One of the reasons why, right? And I sent something out earlier this week about how they're trying to duplicate something from the black hole, and it's so funny. But anyway, I do it for a reason, because they understand that power. They don't try to deviate from it, except to try to make us think, oh, that's evil, and that's dead, and that's bad. Yep, that's why y'all always trying to draw from it. Always trying to connect to it. But anyway, I digress. So again, getting with the principles of Ma'at, how is that going to be brought forward? What are going to be some of the elements? The Honorable Marcus Garvey said, I will see you in the whirlwind.
Yep.
Well, guess what? We just saw something in Philly that definitely looked like a whirlwind. Okay? I mean, for real, and other places and other kinds of ways, they're going to see it and are seeing it as well. So again, we're talking about bringing forward not only the ideas of certain things, but the actual implementation. And in that implementation, like you say, Brother L, some hair's going to be chopped. Be it physically, be it metaphysically, be it in whatever way. And at the same time, we have to look at how are we going to be protected? Well, we're protected, and we'll go into that in another time too, but some of us are the actual instruments. We talk about movement, you see. Well, you know, in the field of music, there is something known as movement as a context of music. So I've never called myself a leader, but I've always called myself a conductor, because that's what Harriet Tubman was called. So when you connect the idea of justice in connection with the concept of music, put that in the context of order, etc., because when you speak of music, you're speaking in a universal language. You're also speaking in a time, in a rhythm, and that we have like none other. So I'm just going to stop there and give y'all some food for thought.
Man. Whoa, you kicking ethereal knowledge. Thank you for that. Thank you.
If you can hear me, Captain Cage, but thank you, sir. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That you chose me first. I didn't have to follow that or that. Okay. I didn't have to follow that or that. Thank you, sir.
You did it. You did it. We were all doing our own segments, and all of them came with different elements, sort of like the superheroes. Everybody has a different kind of element that they utilize as part of being the alchemists and those master ascenders that are doing what we have to do to show the people we not one-dimensional, we all dimensions.
I got so much into the theater, I forgot the actuality, because Dr. Empress talked about the meiotic balance, and the meiotic balance is the sun. Okay?
Yep.
Because let's give the sun a shout out. You understand what I'm saying? In the hand,
always
for not ever taking the day off. You
that's
not
right.
ever taking the day off and showing us who's real and who ain't real.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying? So if you running around here talking about it's hot as hell, you about to get the
I
mail.
love it.
You understand what I'm saying?
That's right.
Like they're talking about something unnatural. So they're talking about something that they cannot control. Okay, so that's
right.
meiotic epoch of balance. There's a forerunner that's coming through. You know,
That's
it's called
right.
the sun. It's called these animals that they're talking about, and all of these things that are happening. You understand what I'm saying? So
That's right.
was foretold, and even in time, just to add this very quick. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad talked about a people who wrote their history 25,000 years in advance.
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying? So
Yep.
when you stifle the people when they're worried about food, clothing, and shelter, they can't even contemplate today. That's how you come at them with time. You understand what I'm saying? Like if you don't work nowhere, time don't even matter.
Nope.
You understand what I'm saying? As far as this physical thing, like when you don't work, it don't matter what day it is, it don't matter what time it is, it don't matter what it is.
It's not linear.
Even if you in tune with the sun, you know exactly what time it is.
Yeah, that's
you
right.
can look at your watch and verify it. You understand what I'm saying? You be like, oh, it's about 12, 1 o'clock. You look at your watch or your phone, and then you be like, oh yeah. You're not worried about that. So this construct, this instrument, the instrument used to measure existence, quote unquote, this is time construct that they're playing with in seconds because they weren't here first, right? So when we start looking at the clock, you know, we know this by that sundial that actually exists, and that sundial in all of her majesty is raining, you know, hell down on these infidels that's out here. You know what I mean? Like when they talked about that Garden of Eden with the flaming sword that turned in every direction, them cherubim, those are solar flares. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, and when you're dealing with mother, mother knows how to rightly divide. So she can will catastrophe over here and protect you over here at the same time. You know, so even back to the
Same
2020
damn time.
real quick, Doc Empress, when I had heard the name of the force that was coming for the reset, that mother force, right? I went and got me some rum and some cigars, and I was like, Mother, I know you got a mighty work to do. Do your work, do what thou wilt. And you know, I asked if it's not our time, please don't come near us. But give unto those who's supposed to be given unto, and whoever else is left on the chopping block, give me the address. You understand what I'm saying?
Off with
So
their heads.
subsequently, y'all know the other work that I do, and that's how that work was made clear. You understand? So the reset that happened, the people did not take advantage of. They did not clean themselves up. The ones who are righteous, they did, but the other ones, they got chipped and tricked. Okay? So it's like the mutants standing in line to give up their powers. It's like, oh, give me the I need the cure. They called it the cure, and it was a little Caucasian that was the cure. And if you was in proximity to this little carcass Asian, your powers were no good. So they're still playing these games, right? For this deteriorating Asian to be in your circumference and with their sulfuric being, and it eludes you of all of your powers, your natural inclination and power back towards connecting with divine. So you're thinking your connection is severed and it's impossible. It's just dormant in you. So the sun will show you who you are and who you ain't. Okay, so if you burnt up out there,
the sun is separating the wheat from the goddamn tares.
That's it.
The goats from the sheeps.
Right.
The righteous from the unrighteous. And that's why we let Mother Earth, we let Mother Nature, we let the great Mother, Queen Mother of the universe do their divine feminine, because they've erased her. They've stopped her from being respected as our divine mother, and created a 3 sausage party on a roll party. You know,
the radicals from the radicoons.
Exactly. So we bringing Mama Earth back in, because our beautiful Queen Mother of the universe back in, because she is the real matrix, the real womb, because that's all matrix means. And the 2 first words of matrix is what? Ma. She got the better tricks than anybody. Matrix, matrix. She getting ready to pull out all the tricks on these fools and these 3-dimensional, these low vibrational, low frequency jokers that's out here been creating this false reality, this game simulation. It's over. Game is over, man. Time is up. The last what they call it, the last sand has went through the hourglass. All portals, vortexes, doorways have been shut, and now they are trapped, and the parasites can't get away nowhere. That's why they're going to their bunkers pretty soon. I yield.
Montgomery County, one of the areas hit hard by those 4 microbursts that Kathy just mentioned, especially Lower Merion Township. Our Joanne Pileggi was out there today with how residents have been managing through all of the damage. Joanne.
Well, they are trying, Sheba. This is one of the firehouses in Lower Merion Township, and it's one of the spots that the township opened so that people could find some air conditioning, charge their devices in the aftermath of this powerful storm, which barreled through here about 24 hours ago, more than 24 hours ago. And right now, folks are doing what they can to try to get back to normal.
We just moved in a few weeks ago, so relatively new to the neighborhood, and I wasn't expecting this, but here we are.
It's been quite the unusual welcome to Wynwood in Lower Montgomery County for this young couple who lost power and had 4 inches of water in their basement. Mother Nature making a nasty dash through parts of Lower Merion Township, Century-old oaks and maples obliterated by wind shears. Heavy rainfall flooding streets. Connie Waterman left her car and walked home through flooded streets to find her neighbor's massive oak had toppled over.
I walked through the Narberth playground, which was this deep in water.
Oh my God.
And, I was worried about snakes. And then a guy kind of walking along with me said, we better worry about electrical wires.
Ready? Crews from PECO were assessing the damage and trying to make repairs of the tangled web of electrical wires and downed utility poles. The National Weather Service said 4 microbursts hit parts of Lower Montco, Delco, West Philly, and South Philly.
All of a sudden, just all this wind came up and the rain came, torrential rain, and things just started cracking all over the place. You could hear the trees cracking down.
Lots of road closures, trees were down. It was really hard to get over here.
Residents say they were relieved to see tree removal companies and PECO crews working throughout the day.
We had a gas leak here. What happened here is this big tree. It was went across, landed on this house here, and it pulled our gas service out. So we're here to fix the gas leak.
Fortunately, no one injured. Really is miraculous considering the way that weather situation whipped through this area. Those straight line winds, 60, 70 miles per hour. Obviously, you saw all that damage. Now, at the height of the power outages yesterday, 7,500 PECO customers without electricity, and right now it's about half that. Again, those crews have been working around the clock to try to restore all service. For now, we're live in Lower Merion Township. I'm Joanne Pileggi, Fox 29 News. Back to you, Sheba.
Yeah, steadily getting the power back on for all those folks in Lower Merion. Joanne, thank you. The storms may be over, but the mess is far from gone. West Philadelphia now, where many residents are counting their blessings following the 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and torrential rain. A lot of damage in a short amount of time, from huge trees crushing cars to crews working overtime to clear flooded streets and restore power. The recovery is expected to take some time. Ellen Kaloje talked with some stunned residents.
Carroll Park here in West Philadelphia was hit so hard by Saturday's storms. Take a look at the roots on this tree that toppled over. And this is just one example of the damage all over this area.
My mom started screaming, and then I come down and she just had the door wide open. She's like, the car. And then we see all of this.
All of this right in front of Faith Wooten's house after heavy thunderstorms ripped through her neighborhood, causing downed trees everywhere. This massive one totaling her family's car.
And it also started catching fire up at those wires up there. Yeah.
So crazy for neighbors who've lived in this neighborhood for more than 50 years and say they've never seen anything like this.
This is unbelievable for the city. It's never been this way for the city of Philly. And it saved our houses. It stopped right here and just went all the way up to 58th and Lansdowne.
Crews from the city spent the day cleaning up trees and debris. PECO workers also had their work cut out for them, trying to restore power to thousands of customers. But city officials keep preaching patience because this kind of extensive cleanup won't happen quickly.
Yes, it's true. The city of Philadelphia has never experienced a storm of this kind. But with all of the damage that has occurred to property, to some homes and cars, even some of our facilities, the fact that we have not had one reported loss of life in the midst of this tragedy affirms that it was by the grace of God that we stand here today. And I am grateful for that.
It is a lot. It's a lot of trees, though, so I understand if it's going to take a while. If you see Carroll Park, it's this times 10.
Carroll Park did get hit hard, and that's why community activists are warning people to avoid the area until they know it's safe.
Don't even come this way. If you can't, just stay away from this way until the inspectors and people come out, fire department come out, and really inspect it to make sure none of these other trees going to fall.
But in the end, neighbors say they're grateful no one was seriously injured.
Does that surprise you?
Yes. It shows you the power of God to save you.
Thankfully, it didn't hit nobody's house. Like, we're just happy that nobody is hurt.
Now, if you live in the city and you have damage, you can fill out a damage reporter survey. We have a link on our website. Just go to fox29.com, or you can always call 311 and do the survey that way. In West Philadelphia, Ellen Koloje, Fox 29 News.
Oh, all right, all right. We're gonna keep it rolling. I got a couple more clips on that. Okay, and we can take a look at some of the other reports that we've seen. All right, and so this was a warning, family. All right.
Yep.
Miraculously, you know, no one was injured because this was just a warning. It's like, hey, guess what time it is? All right, wakey, wakey. Okay, so let me get another clip. And,
welcome to your 250th anniversary, Philadelphia.
Right, that's right. And again, remember, family, there has never been anything like that recorded in Philadelphia.
Right, right. This is unlike and unheard of in the Philadelphia, you know, weather history. Okay, so this took everyone by surprise. All right, let's see another clip on that. Okay, let me come to this next clip. Okay. Okay, here we see the entire roof blew off of this housing facility. Right, this is a low income housing facility, and the whole building is like a combination of like 5-6 houses. That entire structure's roof blew clean off. Okay, let me go to the next clip.
Going towards West Philly, just be aware of this. There's a lot of trees that's down.
Yeah, it's
on
like
the wire.
flooded too.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
Be
why
aware of
they
this
turn
when
around
you're
there, they got all that
going
water.
towards West Philly. You're going West Philly.
Then we about to go to this.
I'm in West Philly, bro. What happened over here, bro? Oh, man. Oh, man. There's a whole building, bro. We can't even get around. This West Philly. If you in this area, bro.
And there you see an entire building reduced to rubble. Just bricks in the streets. Okay. So this is some of what happened and some of what went down with this most recent storm. I got a couple more pics to show you there, and then we can get some commentary there. We can keep it flowing, family. All right, let me share these last two. Now these are just some still images. Okay, so let's check that out. All right, this image here you see massive flooding. All right, 58th, excuse me, in Lebanon. All right, now you can see if you pay attention to some of the cars in the background, you see entire Jeeps submerged in the background here. Okay, these cars are damn near floating down the street. Okay. So this is what's happening, family. All right, these are the warning signs. Okay, we see another picture here with another couple of trees toppled. All right, these are massive trees with massive root systems torn clean out from the ground, cement and all. Okay, so this is just some of the devastation. You know, again, thankfully this was only a warning, because there's no way that it's coincidental that no one was injured or killed during this storm. There's all this devastation. There ain't no way that's accidental or coincidental.
And again, keep in mind, this was just this past Saturday. This past Saturday.
And it didn't even last, what, about an hour and a half, the storm, if that?
About 2 hours, yeah. And you see how much water was accumulated?
In 2 hours.
Come on now.
Yep.
Nah, man. If people don't wake up and see mama energy, like I think Sister Shirley Baker said at work, they better wake up, because she's not playing games, boy.
Where
right now, they suffering floods in Texas. Right now, as we speak, I'm talking about 12 inches of rain in some parts, and some in the same area where it took out that whole little what I call the camp down in California, not in California, Texas. The camp, the little Stepford Wives camp, training camp they had down there last year.
Yeah. All right, and also in Florida, I understand there was some weather that they got down there as well. You know?
Yeah.
Just the season. Where is the Philadelphia, like the convention center where they having the MLB All-Star situation? Where is that
That's
in
in South
relation to
Philly.
West? What relation is that to West Philly?
That's West Philly, South Philly. So that's in the opposite or the diagonal type of
quadrant of the town, right?
Right. And interestingly enough,
South Philly,
I want y'all to monitor something real quick, okay? Is there a homeless population in West Philadelphia?
Most of the homeless have, found a similar type of stomping grounds. In all actuality, most of the homeless reside in Center City. In the Kensington section of Philadelphia,
right?
Which is the highest open air drug markets in the country.
Right. Yeah.
The Badlands.
So where is that in relation to the wreckage, the damage that's happening?
K&A, that is they don't even consider that North Philly. That's going into whatever section
Northeast.
is
The lower northeast. Lower northeast on the L, off of the L area.
But to answer your question,
a couple of questions.
Let me say this to you, brother Knowledge. So it didn't hit that area, and it only hit, for example, if you were in North Philly, you didn't even know that was going on. Right? I talked to people in North Philly. I was a few blocks away from where it was hitting. I was actually sitting in the library. Right, when it was happening, and so the lights, all power went out and everything. So my point is, when I asked people in North Philly, they were like, huh? What are you talking about? So to answer your question, the areas that you just mentioned, they did not really get hit.
But I think some of what you're alluding to. I noticed the main area that it hit, Lower Merion, is highly populated with European populations. West Philly, I think, got the remnants of that major hit in Lower Merion, and also the other area was South Philly, which is also heavily populated by the Euro population.
Lower Merion is the home of Kobe Bryant.
It's a home of Europeans as well.
A couple of days ago, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Reporting. I want y'all somehow, some way to kind of keep close with this and then see how other news reporting outlets are reporting the same thing too. And keep in mind, initial reports based upon impact, insurance, and all these other things that are happening, these are all topical things, right? They're all topical things. When natural disasters happen, there's a relief period, There's certain things that are happening. If they're telling people about power and then they're telling you that there are no casualties, they don't coincide with one another. They don't. Natural disasters, quote unquote, they don't coincide with. So I'm not speaking ill of it. I just want y'all to be kind of mindful. Y'all know the other work that I do, right? And they can make numbers say whatever they want it to say, right? So if a week later or 2 weeks later, all of a sudden, this thing that looked like a miracle doesn't look like a miracle anymore, it's based off of reporting. It may not necessarily even happen, right? So they can make numbers appear in any kind of way that they want to. So I was asking those questions because I'm like, huh? You know what I'm saying? Just from ground effort type of situation. Huh? What? Huh? This never happened? Huh? Like all of these things they're green flags to me when they be like, oh, this never happened before and nothing, blah 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 blah. All right. So I'm like, okay, so they're acknowledging God on the public reporting stations and they can't bleep it out. No doubt. I'm gonna roll with that for that moment. You understand what I'm saying? And from the ethereal space, I see where everybody's coming from. Just from the ground force tactical situation, I'm like, like a whole building reduced to rubble, nothing, nobody, it just so happened to nothing, nobody, nothing. You know, they play with numbers. Okay, so prayerfully, by the will of our ancestors and the will of the divine, that this is true for nobody who look like us. You understand what I'm saying? Just being mindful, right? People missing, people, you know what they do. They sell people, they take people. These things are still happening. These things are still active. And with the World Cup, the FIFA situation, and everybody moving around, all of that, people are everywhere. People from everywhere are everywhere in the United States right now. You know what I'm saying? So just being mindful of what those things are and how they, very quick to, put out something and then they come back and put out something else. So if y'all following this news cycle kind of closely, just see how it's actually being reported every place else and then monitor it for a couple of days to kind of see if there's a change in between what was initially being reported versus, what comes in later.
All right. Yes, indeed. Thank you for that addition, Brother Knowledge. All right, and that was the quick and dirty little bit, family, of how, to kind of break down and analyze news coverage and narratives, and sometimes how narratives can shift and swing depending on what the actual agenda is. So thank you for that, additional insight, Brother Knowledge. Right, so we definitely want to keep abreast and keep aware of these things as they progress. All right, we're going to shift gears a little bit. We're going to take it back to what is happening, technologically wise, with that last strike that we saw with the U.S. strike against Iran. Okay, let's take a look at that. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm not hearing the audio. Let me redo it. See if I can redo that real quick, family. All right, hopefully this technology, speaking of technology, hopefully the acts right. All right, let me try one more again. Okay. All right. I see what they did. Okay. Okay, there we go.
President Trump saying that the Strait of Hormuz is open and will stay open with or without Iran. He is also bringing back the United States blockade on Iranian ships. CENTCOM says that it will start a little over 24 hours from now, about 4 p.m. tomorrow. That blockade, which you can see on that initial U.S. blockade line. That's where it was. As far as we know, that's where it will be again, but we're waiting for any information on whether or not that will change. Former commander of U.S. Naval Central Command, retired Vice Admiral Mark Fox standing by, but first to Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin reporting live from Washington. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, Martha. Well, I'm told it will take some time to reimpose a full naval blockade and eliminate any threat along the Strait of Hormuz, something U.S. Central Command had basically achieved back in June before the White House abruptly announced a ceasefire on June 18th after a U.S. Apache helicopter was shot down and U.S. negotiators began what was supposed to be 60 days of negotiations under a memorandum of understanding. This weekend, for the first time ever, the U.S. Navy used a surface sea drone in combat to strike Iranian targets, including this submarine base in Bandar Abbas near the mouth of the strait. This video released by U.S. Central Command shows the perspective from the surface drone packed with explosives before it struck. The drone is known as a Corsair and changed directions as it entered the inlet in search of its target. A similar sea drone was used to rescue an American Apache helicopter pilot off the coast of Oman just last month. CENTCOM also used one-way aerial attack drones last night to take out dozens of Iranian targets after Iran fired on a ship that tried to bypass its permissions and tolls in the strait. Iran later responded by firing missiles at U.S. bases in Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, and Oman, as well as at a civilian hotel in Oman. To reimpose a full blockade, the U.S. military will continue taking out Iran's drone and missile launchers, threatening the strait, and pick off Iranian fast boats. We're hearing reports, Martha, that the White House has alerted Congress under the War Powers Act that those are defensive strikes, and they began on July 7th. The president, as you mentioned, plans to address the nation at 9 p.m. on Thursday night. Martha?
Jennifer, thank you. Jennifer Griffin reporting.
All right, let's go to our next clip. All right, matter of fact, well, let me get some feedback on that because we're going to shift gears a little bit because we have some other news in the quote unquote Middle East. So let me come to the Ethereal journalist really quickly and then see what additions we have on that. So, you know, just to put things into further context, this is the face of the new wars that we're seeing with the usage of the recent progressions of technology. All right. So let me bring it to the Ethereal journalist for any additions on that. I'm not sure if y'all want to tap in on that.
If nobody else is, you know, I got a little something. I ain't gonna be that long with it. The number one producer of the sea drones is Lockheed Martin. So again, defense contracts, all the stuff we've been building up for over the time frame. Defense contracts, and as the war climate is shifting away from the petrol war, the petrol dollar to the techno, you know what I'm saying? Captain Uncaged, you was like one of the first people that was on it. Don't ever let nobody try to slide you out of your, you know what I'm saying, your breakdown ease, or uncovering what the technology is, and then the technocracy, and then from the petrol to the techno, right? So this is a petrol war that is being used as a launching pad into techno warfare. You see what I'm saying? So CENTCOM, do y'all know where it's located?
I'll break it down there, brother.
Tampa, Florida. So Tampa, Florida, CENTCOM, that United States Central Command is in Tampa, Florida. So that means that they could fly drones, the aerial drones that we saw in combat, the UAVs, they were flying them from Florida. You understand what I'm saying? So when they're showing this quote unquote advancement, that a submarine, they're flying, they have aircraft that they utilize off of these naval ships, right? So the naval ships would be a tactical situation in regards to what they're talking about, blockades, right? So the blockades, the naval ships are above ground. The submarines are below ground, and I'm saying ground, but y'all know I mean water, right? So now they're able to fly these drones in rescue and in devastation. Like this is the language that they're using. Like, okay, so in Oman we went and picked somebody up, but over here we struck all of these places, simultaneously. So again, defense contracts about long-term sustainability in a space that's exploited by war. All these places. So if the U.S. goes into a place from a military perspective, we know it. We tear up stuff and then we rebuild it. And when you tear it up, you need defense contract. And when you rebuild it, you need defense contract. And if you go there for an extended period of time, you need defense contract. So we're really seeing the long-term sustainability of position via defense contracts with the situation under the guise of the petro versus the techno war type of situation.
All right. Okay, let me see, brother L. He's beamed back in. Let me see if we got anything to add on this. Any thoughts on this story?
No, I think Brother KBA spelled out some great information. I just want to hit something real quick. Y'all better get ready because there's more than nine forest fires coming off in Ontario, and they're saying, I'm looking at it right now in the news, that the smoke is going to be worse than the one in 2023. Remember when that smoke hit New York, Philly, and all the northeast part of the country?
Yep.
Right.
Y'all got the same thing coming, and they're calling it a heat and smoke issue worse than the 2023 situation. Also, people are starting to get hit by the dust that's coming off of the coast of Africa, coming through the Middle Passage, like all the hurricanes. And the dust storms coming from Africa are coming into Florida, and they're making their way into the Gulf right now. So you got the Northeast dealing with the fires from Ontario that are getting ready to come in and sweep through the Northeast part of the country, including Philly. And then you got the dust storms coming off the coast of Africa by way of the transatlantic slave trade routes getting ready to hit Florida. So people continue to, keep watch with all the signs and symptoms that's happening in our universe. I yield.
All right, indeed. Thank you for that addition, Brother Pollinator. I'm not sure if you have anything to add on that, Sister Empress, before we move to our next story.
No, let's go to the next story.
All right. That being said, family, we're going to go to the next. And, again, we're going to connect these dots together, family. So this is a blast from the past. I don't know if folks remember Iraq. Let's take a look.
Well, we don't think we need the military there anymore. It's a very big operation. And what we do have is the oil companies are all going in now, and they're doing.
What did he say? Hold on. Let me take that back real quick, family. Let's bring that back. Let's bring it back real quick. I think he said something significant.
Partnerships with Iraq, and they're getting along very well. The relationship is a whole big relationship where we don't need the military there. With that, but we don't think we need the military there anymore. It's a very big operation. And what we do have is the oil companies are all going in now, and they're doing partnerships with Iraq, and they're getting along very well. The relationship is a whole big relationship where we don't need the military there. We're there to help them. We're there to protect them if need be, but we don't think that's going to be necessary. And their primary, I consider an opponent. They might have considered a friend, but I consider that an opponent was Iran, was a big burden on Iraq because they were the bully of the Middle East, as you know. And we were just talking about that, but they're not going to have that problem anymore because Iran has been very much destabilized, and really their military power is just a tiny fraction of what it was just 4 months ago. So they're not going to have that problem. I think that it's really, in a sense, it's given them freedom to do what they have to do. And I think that's one of the reasons that our oil companies are going in there at levels that have never been seen before. But we don't think.
Let's go ahead and pause it right there, family. So I saw he mentioned the oil companies, and that's what stood out the most. He said that first, and he said that last. Okay, so pay attention. This is a 23-year occupation, family. But then again, on the same note, in the same token, he points fingers at Iran, calling them the bullies. Yet y'all are the ones that occupy, first of all, waged a false war on Iraq. Assassinated their military leader, their head of state, and I've been occupying it for the past 23 years. I don't know what the record is, but that seems like one of the longest wars, quote them, they don't call it a war after that. But if you still occupying the land, then what's really going on? So I gotta say, in the words of Dr. Umar, y'all don't find that suspicious? All right, let me come to the Ethereal journalist on this. Any additions?
I'll just say Israel started this conflict with Iran, and why are we now engaged and continue to be immersed in it? That's my question. I yield.
A little funny business. Okay. Anyone else want to add on this? We're going to connect these dots real quick.
I definitely got the dots to connect. So
right now,
you said 23. It's really 33, just on the surface. And y'all know what
I'm about to take a little further. I got the next clip, but yeah, go ahead and cook, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna be brief. We were just talking about the petrodollar, right, and the shift in the defense contractor, and the previous clip with the drones. This is a specialized team of aviator maintainers to deal with this quote unquote new threat, right? These are unmanned, right? They're unmanned. So now, if you don't need a physical presence and you have to have a bounding overwatch sort of situation, what are you going to do? You're going to have aerial surveillance via these drones while pulling out the troop presence. The troop presence and reduction in force happened at the 20-year mark, like it was already done. Barack Obama's presidency, there was already a drawdown sort of situation, and then it happened with a support package that was there, and then as the conflict arose again, there was a plus up in numbers. But the move was always between Syria and Iran from a ground force perspective. You understand what I'm saying? And we know that the Iran situation goes back to 71, even a little earlier, but there's a time frame in regards to connecting these dots on how these things are being played. So if it's safe enough to go and put oil folks there, what else is going there? Again, when you have people someplace, you need defense contractors to be able to sustain them over there. So if there's oil over here, then there's other resources that could be utilized and exploited. And these defense contractors get to stay here and exploit other places at the same time without having the guise of military might. You understand what I'm saying? So it goes back to what it previously was, but they add in the techno piece because that's the bounding overwatch security sort of force. So I just wanted to add that in real quick to kind of make that clear with the language that he's saying. The language is, oh yeah, it's a big operation, meaning it's costing a lot of money to sustain this quote unquote war effort, and we're no longer getting the return on investment from an economic standpoint. So now we have to demobilize these troops and these fighting forces that have exacerbated past the time frame that we agreed to, which is 20 years. Like Afghanistan is 20 years, so it's 20-year war cycle. And how do we, justify this removal? and still have a footprint in the region. So, I yield.
All right. Yes, sir. Breaking it down. Let me see if El Palmer want to add anything on that.
Now the new war correspondent said it all.
Yes, sir.
In the same vein as ancestor Dale Jones.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So let me go to the next, and let's see if y'all are seeing a pattern here. Okay.
So before you do, Brother Moon, I just want to ask folks, are they, I know you all are, but just in general, again, some of this stuff is like repeat stuff, because wasn't there an embargo on Iraq like a couple of years back?
The embargo led to the invasion. Another embargo, like so the initial embargo, situation led to that whole situation in '93. Then you go back to you fast forward to 2003. Now you're looking at 2023.
Right.
So those
Exactly.
10-year cycles in regards to these
Yes.
embargoes, right?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to point out, that it just goes back and forth. And to me, again, it's a form of, and not to say it's not happening or it's not something to pay attention to, but it is also distractions, meaning there's something else getting ready to happen, much bigger.
Right.
Okay, I yield.
And Almighty L, if you looked at the medical undercurrent, was the chief component for the fighting forces that was there without food, without water, all of those things. And then the sanitation sort of situation with the medical situation, like the Iraqi Republican National Guard commander said, we're taking casualties anyway. What's the difference between us, losing our life from these ailments or these medical maladies and a missile? Literally is what he said. So they like, come on.
Yeah,
You understand what I'm saying?
and they at the point of no return. They don't care. They going to Allah now, getting their 100 virgins.
Right. So 10-year cycles as the undercurrent, which each of these aspects come in. So now, with somebody coming in drilling out of the ground, what is that going to do to this region now? You understand what I'm saying? So the things that come out of the ground, that's one thing. But with that particulate matter of depleted uranium and all of these other things that came from the munitions of this constant war over a 20-year period, 23-year period of occupation, you mix that in with this crude oil that's coming out of the ground now. What kind of diseases and things are going to come from that alone? Ingesting that, breathing that in, and all of these things that are there, and unearthing things that have been buried for centuries as well. So just a little add in. My bad, Cat.
Yeah, because I wanted to connect these dots. This kind of goes along with what everybody was saying, so I wanted to cook this up. And but all right, let me go here now.
Are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
It's an impressive date, but a lot of us that were in service were very proud to do it. I got to serve with some of the greatest people I know, some amazing leadership. And yet for all of that, we left friends behind. There's a lot of mortal injury, physical injury, emotional injury, and it left a lot of Iraq veterans, particularly Afghanistan veterans, wondering what was it all for? What was the gain? And I think that's the important thing we need to reflect on overall is, how do we ensure that we don't do that again?
So yeah, let me stop it there. So yeah, y'all got a little ahead of me though, but those clips went together, and so we see the progression, the timeline, and the brother asked one of the most important and pertinent questions: what was it all really for? And so I think the discourse that has already went on answered a lot of those questions. Okay, so once again, family, paying attention to history, looking at the timelines, 10, 20, 30-year cycles, and what the end results are, or what the culmination or apex of these events lend towards. And as brother knowledge indicated, going from the petro wars to the techno wars. Okay,
Right.
and so we see that progression very clearly.
Captain Case, real quick, if we could go
Yes,
back to
sir.
the guy that
Mm-hmm.
was talking, I just want y'all to see him, like his physical being.
Mm.
If you could just click on the guy real quick,
Right, right,
I
right.
want to connect a quick dot about the medical situation that I'm
Let's
actually
see if
talking
I get
about.
the full body. Let me see if I get that full body shot.
Even if it's just his face, wherever, I just want y'all to see if he is an Iraqi and Afghani war
Amazing
veteran
leadership.
himself.
And yet, for all of that, we left
You can
friends
pause
behind.
it.
There's a lot
You
of
can
moral
pause it.
injury, physical.
His face was not like that. That like you don't age doesn't do that to you, right? It's all of the munitions, all of the depleted uranium, all of the mixing of all of those things that happen in both of those theaters of combat that you're ingesting. There are more people now than ever in military history being medically retired and medically discharged for the things that they're looking at now. Under a previous Trump and Biden administration, y'all could look up something called the PACT Act. So you see all these veterans now, similar to the Agent Orange situation of Vietnam, coming back from returning from combat and transitioning out of the military with these sort of phenotypes. These sort of phenotypes with these enlarged faces and bodies based off of the slowing down of combat type situation one, but also all of the things that we ingested and we were subjected to. The anthrax shots, the smallpox shots, all of these vaccinations, the doxycycline, all of these other things that are in our bodies, right? So this is a physical representation of somebody who was in the war zone, not somebody who lives there on a consistent basis, after this prolonged exposure to all of this sort of chemical situation, waste, and all of these other things. He's there for a short period of time versus somebody who actually lives over there. You understand what I'm saying? And this is the war cycle. This is not even adding into the admixture or the mix of the place of everything else that's over there. So I just wanted to show that phenotypically. So if you see some of the veterans that look like this, they're not just fat or out of shape. We were, subjected to things that, have augmented our physical structures, and unbeknownst to many of us, the environments that we were in Iraq and Afghanistan with these harmful chemicals that were being dumped into these places as well. So I just wanted to point that out real quick while I had an example.
All right, all right. Thank you for that addition, brother knowledge. All right. Okay, let me switch over, change gears. Just another inkling, speaking of economics, all right, let's just shift gears for a second and go over to some other Trump news.
We have breaking news, a massive rebuke from a judge in Florida, slamming President Trump's lawsuit against the IRS as a sham, the backdoor attempt to legitimize the president's $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund and his immunity for future IRS investigations. MS Now's Fallon Gallagher joins us here on set. James, Peter, Michael are still with us. All right, walk us through this ruling, Fallon.
Yeah, so I want to take a step back first and explain what this case is and why it matters. You'll remember earlier in January, Trump sued the IRS for $10 billion, saying that his tax returns were improperly leaked. This suit raised questions from the beginning, because this was Trump basically suing himself as both sides of the federal government. He's a party to both sides. Trump then moved to voluntarily dismiss this suit in May, saying that, not even actually revealing initially that he had reached a settlement, but moved to dismiss it. The judge granted his voluntary dismissal. That's this judge here, Judge Kathleen Williams. Shortly after that dismissal, we learned that there was a settlement agreement. That settlement agreement, of course, gave Trump, his family, immunity from any ongoing IRS inquiries, and it also created the anti-weaponization fund, that $1.776 billion so-called slush fund. After that happened, a group of 35 former federal judges filed a motion with this court, with Judge Kathleen Williams, asking her to revisit it, saying that there seems to have been a sham here. There might have been some collusion, wanting to. What was the sham? It's exactly that Trump basically sued himself. So he is both parties of this. And in this ruling today, she's saying that there was never any adverseness here. There was no real lawsuit here. And basically what Judge Williams is saying here today is that this was a complete sham so that Trump could get this outcome with some sort of judicial legitimacy. And I want to read briefly from this, because this line just really captures the whole thing. It says, "This action was never about a party seeking judicial resolution of a legal issue or factual dispute. The nature of the suit itself and the conduct of the parties and counsel from its filing make plain that this was an attempt to use the court to provide some legitimacy to an agreement to confer immunity to people and entities affiliated with the president, and to earmark billions of dollars from American taxpayers to redress grievances not defined in the law." So really what she's saying, she is ripping them apart, saying that there was never any legitimacy. You conned the court, basically using the court as a vehicle for legitimacy here to reach these ends, and that this should have never been filed in the first place.
All right. And so we see, family, this is another example. Brother Knowledge just, gave us some information as far as theater is concerned, because the military operations are also called theater. And so now we see this act from previous that we reported on with this 1776 slush fund, more theater. And so we're merely actors, and the world is the stage. So you see this other aspect of theater where Trump is basically suing himself, because who is in charge of the IRS and these other elements and branches of the U.S. government, but the president himself. All right. And so you see these things are coming to light, and a lot of times what is said, when you really want to get to the bottom, to the truth of the matter, it is said to follow the money. All right, let's follow the money, family. So we're gonna, I'm gonna open it up the floor for any additions on that, and we're going to bring it to another aspect that was touched on. We're going to build on a little bit further as it pertains to the economics. All right, more current economics and how these games are really played. All right, let me open up the floor.
U.S.-Belgium game, the most watched telecast in American history.
Hold on, let me stop it there real quick. But yeah, let me bring it to the Ethereal journalist for any addition before we bring it to this other act of theater and dealing with how the U.S. maneuvers and the world, these world powers, these nations who in a lot of cases are in cahoots, and how they shift and maneuver monies. All right, let me come to the Ethereal journalist for any additions.
So I'm just going to add briefly that since you mentioned IRS, I'm sure many know that the IRS is not really a governmental agency, by the way, and the illusion, right? And the illusion of it is as such that it just, it just has people just so caught up, but it is not actually a part of the government.
All right. Yep. Thank you for that addition. Although they have made it a part of the economical system, when you get fractional reserves and the way that they are able to print money indiscriminately based on no actual backing of the dollar. All right. So again, more of the games that are played, family. Let me open the floor.
I'll hit it real quick. I think that the whole essence of him using his executive power as in the executive branch of our government to make sure that he's going to be immune from prosecutions, because after his last stint as president, you saw what they did. They came after all of that stuff, all of his financing, financials, and all his family members who were actually making money while they were in the office. I mean, $2 billion was given to, I think, his son-in-law by the Saudi prince or something to help save a building in New York called 666, building number 666. And it was crazy. So I think that this time around, he making sure that he's covered 360 degrees, that nobody's going to come after him after he goes ahead and gets his big money grab on this 4-round or this 4-year or 8-year deal that he's getting ready to try to get to, if he doesn't become president for life, if these fools don't change the Constitution and make him become president for life. I yield.
All right. Thank you for that addition, Brother Pollinator. All right.
What was the amount, real quick? Yeah, I'm gonna be brief, because I wanna get into this next part. That I see you chefing tonight. I'm cooking. You chefing. You said it was 1776.
That was the fund, the 1776 fund.
Yeah, 1776 fund. Right on the helm of a 250-year Independence Day, quote unquote, commemoration celebration, right? The rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in there. It's not by coincidence, right? So some reports say nearly 1.8, and then other ones is they're putting that right there in your face. So right theater on top of theater. You understand what I'm saying? Theater on top of theater. So for it to do alludes to the fight on both sides, right? So the quote unquote Democrats versus the Republicans is America versus England, and then America in cahoots with England in this other place, right? America, the daughter in Doctor Strange, had two mothers, right? And we went through the two mothers, right? Now, the England and that other place, right? So, Doctor Strange would be the father, right? So they're putting all of these things all together in this place, yeah, I'll leave it there because you're chefing, so I'm waiting for the meal.
All right, let's go to the next clip, family, and see how these things are connected. The games that are being played internationally. And how these big wigs are playing in people's faces. All right, because speaking of economics, what is granted to the U.S., who there's been actually a major promotional and advertisement campaign to get the U.S. on board with with the most popular sport globally, all right, which everyone else was on board on, but the U.S. not so much. So it was actually like a 25-year campaign that they issued in order to boost up the game of soccer and its popularity in the U.S. And what does the U.S. win this year? The World Cup. Let's let it cook, family.
Ratings proved it. U.S.-Belgium game, the most watched telecast in American history. 42 million people watched. Host cities have seen consumer spending jump over 6%, driven by 16.7% surge from visiting fans. More than 5.5 million people have packed FIFA fan fests across the country, having a good time, and the tournament is on pace to become the biggest financial success in FIFA history. So yes, the U.S. lost, but this World Cup may have created something even bigger, a new generation of fans and a brighter future for U.S. soccer, and maybe the next generation we can compete in the finals. Joining us now to discuss this all and more is the founder of Major League Soccer, former president of U.S. Soccer, author of The Big Bounce, Alan Rothenberg. Alan, great to see you. We worried about how this was going to come off as good as the World Cup you ran in '94, but this has been, from my perspective, unbelievable. What about you? You're a dollars and cents guy. What do you think?
Well, it's off the charts. This tournament has been absolutely spectacular, and it's going to be great for soccer in the United States going forward. So from a financial standpoint, Obviously, FIFA is getting all the benefit they hope for. I think our local communities, based on the expenditures by consumers, are going to do just fine. So financially, it's doing great. But I'm more interested in what it means for the sport going forward. And I think it's a huge, huge, huge success and a huge step forward.
NFL.
All right.
Consumers.
Mass consumerism. That's what's going on. Big money. One of the largest watched sports events in U.S. history. So U.S. lost, but the U.S. won. So again, we're seeing these theaters getting played out, and we seeing big money.
Yeah. Big money, Sonny.
Like Birdman.
You know, it reminds me of what they did with Taylor Swift. The NFL did with her when she started showing up to the Kansas City Chiefs ball games. You know, rooting on Kelsey, Travis Kelsey, and how it ended up being a consumer bonanza because now the demographic of young women between a certain demographic age, like I think it was like 13 to 35, are now new NFL product consumers and are now watching football like men do. And that was a big bonanza just because Taylor Swift was introduced to the equation. You know, so this is what that reminds me of with this whole FIFA thing in the United States and Belgium, and 42 million people actually watching it. So it's a big money grab, as we know. Greedy motherfuckers doing what greedy motherfuckers do. Get that money. How you?
All right. Yes, indeed. Let me open up the floor again. Any additions from the Ethereal journalists?
So I'm going to take it in another direction for a minute, and it is how it ties into what some are aware of in the context of, I'm not only going to say gentrification, but the restructuring of cities. So what we know is that every major city, particularly where there's a large population of Black folks, excuse me, has a city plan. And so for Philadelphia, for example, it was Philadelphia 2035. Well, they've now changed that, as well as Detroit. Detroit had 2050. New York had 2030. So most of these plans that were put out like 20 years ago have now been upgraded. So they now have a focus of probably up to like 50, somewhere between 35 and 50 for their goals. Now, what does that mean in real time? That means that when you examine the city plan, now keep in mind, these people plan this stuff at least 50 years in advance, usually 100 years, right? Because they already know, see, you're dealing with parties. Parties have an agenda. So it carries over and over and over into the next, group. This is how these parties operate. So they already know that their agenda is going to be met at some point because the way it's structured, if you're a member of that party and you're going to be a politician, you're going to follow that agenda. You see, so they have a built-in kind of mechanism. So the point is, they plan this stuff at least usually 100 years in advance, but then they'll reveal some of it a little later on because they have to deal with some level of transparency. As Brother Knowledge mentioned earlier, they got to tell some of this story. That's just in the mix. It's a universal law, I guess you could say. At any rate, so Philadelphia had 2035. It's now, I believe, going up to 2050. So the idea for Philadelphia, Newark, New Jersey, Baltimore, Atlanta, a few other cities that have a larger population of Black, they're going to shift or remove, as we might say, Black communities into other areas. And they're going to develop some of the areas that Black folks were in order to accommodate the new plans. Most of these plans, if not all of them, is focusing on developing better tourism. You see, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Atlanta. And so one of their major goals is to increase tourism. So now, when you see development going on in certain cities, that ain't got nothing to do with they trying to improve the community. It got to do with they have a plan that they put in place 30 years ago, if not more. We knew 50 years ago that the University of Pennsylvania was going to take over a whole part of West Philadelphia when 50 plus years ago, they changed it to University City. You see? And then later it became University of Pennsylvania, Drexel, and another institution that pretty much monopolizes a whole freaking area. And then Templetown on the north end. So my point is, every city, again, that I mentioned have a plan. The city plan is about increasing tourism, because on the economic level, they know that if nothing else, white folks are going to spend money in certain areas because of its history, it's whatever features it has, culturally or what have you. And so this, for me, is what we're seeing. We're seeing kind of like some preludes with this World Cup thing. Again, to put pieces in place in order to make certain that for the future, this is social engineering at its best, all across the board, in every way you can think. Culturally, economically, politically, this is social engineering plus. I yield.
All right. Thank you for that addition, Sister Empress. All right. Any more additions before we move on to the next element?
If I can add real quick.
Yes, sir.
And emphasis on real quick, all right? The last time the United States hosted the World Cup was in 1994. It's 2026. Y'all remember what bill was signed in 1994? The crime bill.
Right. Yep.
So I don't want y'all to think that this doesn't have any relationship between one another. War works in 20-year cycles, right? So
you said 1994, right?
Right. 10 years
I
later.
thought it was 96 for the crime bill.
No, 96 was before the Olympics, or 94 was, well, that was also before the Olympics that was done in Atlanta. So I see where you're going.
Right. Yeah, look up the 94 crime bill.
Right.
With Sleepy Joe and the Clintons. Okay. And the rise of the RoboCops and the stop and frisk and all these other things. The super predators, as as she called us. Okay.
And you touched on it, because when I go to the next clip, it's going to tie all of that together. Wow.
And wasn't it also connected to three strikes?
Yes, all together.
Okay.
All together, right? And the person who kicks in the goal is called a striker. Okay. I want y'all to know that these things are connected and things are played out on the world stage. The largest publicized and most watched event, the undercurrent of that means that there's a whole bunch of people that come up missing. I'll use the word missing. Y'all know what happens to many of them, right? So the sporting events, the Super Bowl, the playoffs, the All-Star games, all of these things that draw these crowds in there. They can never sell football the way we know football overseas, and they can never sell soccer over here. So Europe and America have been at war back and forth since their inception. And the wars have been fought on a modicum of fields. So the battlefield, the soccer field, the football field, the basketball court, the baseball diamond, don't even get me started with that. You understand what I'm saying? Are all fields that Dr. Francis Cress Welsing and Dr. Nellie Fuller Jr., peace and blessings be upon them both, taught us about that design.
That's right. Ball games.
So, right. The ball games, the goalkeepers, like all of the, you know, the cards, all of those things, they're all systematic. It's still the Coliseum, right? And
Still bread,
Doc
wine, and
Empress
circus.
was talking about circus in the truest form. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so all of these things are being played out, but this is all a prestidigitation, all sleight of hand. So you're looking at this and you're cheering. You understand? So every once in a while they have to hit you with a mind job. So while all this devastation and all these things are happening, people are traveling freely. I was in Iraq, and the people we was quote unquote fighting against was also in the World Cup the same year. You understand what I'm saying? 10 years later, 2004, they were there. They were in the World Cup. They had an Iraqi soccer team. So you could fight a war and a conflict against the world and still show up for soccer. You could fight a world war, World War II, and still show up in the Olympics. You understand? So I want us to be mindful of the underplay for the overplay in a lot of these situations and what that means. Like you can win and still lose, and you can lose and still win. Right? If you ever been to the casino, they'll tell you the house always wins. And what Doc Empress was just talking about with the city planning and the people in position, they being in position for a long time. It's a long train. If you get into that game, you in that game forever. Built on a house of cards. Built on a house of cards. So from the local to the city to the county to the state to the White House, and they had that crazy show with Kevin Spacey and them called The House of Cards, and they showed you what really happens. You understand what I'm saying? They showed you a scandal, they showed you what really happens. All these little things that's happening. You're thinking about truth and justice and this and that, and then they show you these women with bad wigs on, and all of a sudden they on Twitter and all that. Like they're playing all these games in your face. All of them. You understand what I'm saying? So just being mindful of what's happening simultaneously. Somebody telling you look over here and somebody else is digging in your pocket. You understand what I'm saying? So I just wanted to add that context from like a kind of war perspective to kind of look at the landscape and what's actually happening out there. They're on the battlefield. You know, if you look at football, they got helmets, they got flak jackets on, they're on their team, and they're out there battling for victory. The only thing that's missing is a weapon. That's the only thing. They're in formations, they got plays, they got drills, all of those things. You understand what I'm saying? So if you think it's just a game, the game is being played on you. How you?
Big facts and big truths. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And we're going to take it there too. Watch me go to this next clip. All right. You know, sleight of hand. You know, as it was saying. You know, masters of distraction. Weapons of mass distraction. You know, and so let's go to this next clip. Let me go ahead and share my screen, family. And we're going to tie these things together because while people was distracted, you know, with the fun in the games, there was other things that were being launched, literally. Okay, they were testing out, you know, some of the ground for the new aspects of policing, the police state. Let's jump into it.
The tool APD officers are using in order to keep everybody safe at the World Cup games. We're also taking a look at the training that goes behind this. It's a story you will only see here on Fox 5. One by one, these drones fly way above Atlanta.
On this screen is a map of Atlanta, and it shows where all of our drones are actively and the docks that we have.
Atlanta police use the drones as their eyes in the sky.
We've done over 1,400 flights
roughly 550 hours in a 5-week span.
Fox 5 got this exclusive look at how the drones helped the APD drone unit during the World Cup games.
I believe this is the largest operation that the city has dealt with, including the Super Bowl.
It's a coordinated effort to keep everyone safe, whether it's on the ground, among the FIFA crowds, or way up in the sky. Now, these drones provide APD with multiple viewpoints. They're able to respond to certain targets in a matter of minutes.
With the help of our drone unit, we're able to throw a drone up to help the units on the ground to find the pilot.
Are we talking like seconds, minutes?
It'd be more minutes.
But before an officer can touch a drone, they have to train.
We train consistently to make sure that we're prepared for any type of event that may happen within the city and outside of the city for FIFA.
Both APD and the FBI are working together to make sure no one is flying unauthorized drones near the World Cup.
There's different ways that you can use to weaponize these drones, right? So we're operating in a proactive manner, right? We don't know what the intent of the pilot is.
Now, as of right now, they have confiscated 86 drones. Now, anyone who is caught flying a drone in that FanFest FIFA area, they could face charges, fines of
Oh, let me stop it right there. I'm gonna cook up some more, family. I'm gonna bring it back to the Ethereal journalists. I'm gonna kind of play these clips in succession because they're all connecting, right? And so while this big major thing was going on, it provided the perfect opportunity for them to launch the most massive operation ever before in the state's history. Okay, and so also, we can have this technology, we can have these drones, but guess what? You cannot. We're going to make sure that we police who has them, where they're doing, what they're doing, so on and so forth. And if you think this is just about quote-unquote safety, we got another thing coming. It's about big surveillance, okay? And just imagine the capabilities that, these districts will have just in the next couple of months based on all of this 50,000 hours of training, however much he said, that they was able to do. Now, this is being coordinated on a local, national, and international level, family. Let's go to the next clip. All right, we're going to see what's going on with the FBI. As he just mentioned the FBI, family. Let's go to the FBI real quick, and let's see what they got going on, what they got cooking up, okay?
Before the seats are filled and fans pack every stadium hosting the world's best, FBI-trained operators are on the move. With an electronic arsenal of cameras, radars, and listening devices ready to defend the sky against an evolving and agile aircraft, drones.
The thing that keeps us all up at night is an unauthorized drone with a payload that can hurt people.
Unmanned aircraft systems, or drones, can be used to violate restricted airspace and jeopardize safety at major events, posing a risk to the 78 games across 11 cities that make up the FIFA World Cup. We hear it described as 78 Super Bowls over a period of just over a month.
Let me stop it there real quick, fam. Let me stop it there. Okay, so we see just a bit of the massive level of national coordinating that's going on with this, okay? And the many states that are able to participate inside of these these test runs, all right? Let me bring it over to another element, family. Let's see. I think this is getting into hopefully it's the NSA piece. Let me go to it real quick because this is going to the next level. All right, there's levels and they're hitting on every one of them.
The U.S. will invest $115 million in counter-drone measures to bolster security around the FIFA World Cup and America's 250th anniversary celebrations. Monday's announcement by the Department of Homeland Security marked the latest sign and the interior of the United States anniversary celebrations. Monday's announcement by the Department of Homeland Security.
I just wanted to pause real quick. It's more than drones. Okay, they got the robotic dogs and these other technological components of surveillance and policing. All right, let me let it rock a little bit further.
Marked the latest sign of governments stepping up drone defenses. In a statement, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem said that, quote, "We are entering a new era to defend our air superiority, to protect our borders and the interior of the United States. The FIFA World Cup will be a major test of President Donald Trump's pledge to keep the U.S. secure." Over 1 million travelers are expected to visit in June for the tournament, with billions more watching matches from overseas. Defense companies are developing a range of technologies aimed at countering drones, including tracking software, lasers, microwaves, and autonomous machine guns. The DHS did not.
Let me stop right there, family. Tracking software, lasers, infrared, and machine guns. All right, big contracts with defense. This is big money. Big money, family, all across the world. Now, let me give y'all one more on this subject matter, okay? Because this is, as you see here on the title, but let's let it rock again. You know, more of how individuals who may be having these drones, you know, quote unquote citizens, how they are being targeted and how a lot of that technology is being swept up. The title here says 500 plus drones seized by FBI during World Cup. So they had the perfect excuse in order to dismantle or be able to take away the opportunity for others, for U.S. citizens and others to be able to actually see what's going on themselves. Okay.
More than 500 drones have been seized by the FBI during the World Cup. And here's why. The FAA has created no-fly zone after no-fly zone around every stadium and fan festival. Take MetLife Stadium outside of New York, for example. The restricted airspace there can stretch up to 7 miles across and up to 3,000 feet. And it includes places where drones can typically be allowed, catching some drone operators off guard during the World Cup, leading to their drones being seized, scrambled, or potentially even destroyed by the federal government. And it's not just stadiums. Airports are also seeing an apparent spike in possible drone sightings. On Friday, 2 commercial flights landing at Newark Liberty International Airport spotted seeing a drone as they were coming into land. And then
let me stop it right there, family. Let me stop it right there. So unexpected people who didn't know that this was reaching a span of 7 miles in a perimeter from these stadiums found themselves being targeted, and their their drones and so on and so forth being seized, scrambled, and in some cases destroyed. Okay, let me go ahead and stop my screen share there. All right, and this is some of the bigger picture that is not being advertised or being covered on these major news outlets as the main story. Okay, while they have you all in awe and cheering and for your team or whatever the case may be, and spending big money on these events, so on and so forth, is these high levels of manufacturing, trading, training, on a local, national, and international level. Now you have the Department of Homeland Security. All right, let me stop my screen share there, and let me come to the Ethereal journalists to get their additions on this. Any additions on this Ethereal journalist, as we see some of the bigger picture?
Go ahead, Brother Knowledge.
I was waiting for permission, okay? You know what I'm saying? I was waiting for permission.
Okay.
Look at the secret war on America.
Okay.
Look at the
Let's
secret
go.
war on America. The terrorism bill, right? 1 and 2. Robert Steve Coakley Sr. told us what was in the bills. Peace and blessings be upon him. And then a couple weeks after it happened, Bobby Dick Gregory, peace and blessings be upon him, talked about where they planned it, how they planned it, all of those things, right? So in the bills were quarantines, were vaccinations, and then all of the airport protocol. Everything. They're in the bills. So they used a And they had the audacity to call it a Patriot Act, right? Patriot Act 1 and 2, right? These really anti-terrorism bills, right? And they're really surveillance networks.
There it is.
Right. The surveillance networks to spy on the citizens, quote unquote. So with the drone situation, from a private citizen's perspective, the drones ain't new, right? I don't remember what year that movie Enemy of the State came out, but they were showing you an Enemy of the State, what that really was, right? With Will Smith, right? And they told them, the people that were following him around, that they were doing the training exercise. All right. So now we look at the city, the local, the county, and the state, and the global situation in regards to this. They said over a couple million people physically were coming into America to watch the equivalent of 78 Super Bowls in the span of a month. But they tell us, yo, we ain't got no money for this. We ain't got no money for that. We ain't got no money. Say, I don't know what you talking about. I got $5 on it. You want $5? You understand what I'm saying?
We can go half.
Right. The amount of overtime that's happening just for these police forces, everybody getting fat, all of these things are happening, the plus ups, the transportation prices, the Uber prices, all of these stuff, everything's going crazy. If you got anywhere for anybody to sleep, you're making a bankroll. You understand what I'm saying? Anywhere for anybody to park, anything that's interesting. It could be sparkles in the sky. Everybody's there, they're looking, right? So the pandemonium with the New York Knicks type of situation and all of that happened as a precipice for this happening at the same time. And then these other undercurrents that are happening that ain't nobody talking about, because everybody either talking about Nixon 5 or the World Cup. Right? The equivalent of 78 Super Bowls in 1 month. 78. Not one Super Bowl where Philly wins, right? 78 in a month. All around the United States. So it's moving every single place. And every place has to have this preemptive. They're telling you about it now, but the coordination for years in advance, like Doc Empress was saying earlier, the kind of planning, these things that are planned. You don't just think in this zoning laws and redistricting, all these other things. In order for you to do anything, you need a permit, a permission slip that costs you some pretty money and some time for it to get approved.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So now a military coordinated national effort that's backed by an international effort has to be put in place for all of these things to happen, and a recognition sort of situation for you to be able to distinguish where your drones are and if this is not your drone and what you're supposed to be able to do with it. So Lockheed Martin, again, warfare, external warfare situation, internal warfare happening. All of those defense contractors is getting paid out of the wazoo to just for this, for somebody to go sit behind they fourth quarter contact down and yell at the top of their lungs. And spend a bunch of money and then go to the next place. You understand? So the military effort, the technological effort, the backlog, the amount of work, the amount of coordination that has to go into this training exercise is insurmountable. People on rooftops, so like, you understand what I'm saying? Under any other circumstances, this dude got a baklava on his head and some glasses out there with the aerial situation and then the ground situation. And then, Captain and Cage, when you was talking about the capacity for this thing that looked light as a feather, got machine guns on it, tracking mechanism, and lasers on it. But if somebody gets snatched at one of these events, them drones can't find out who did it, nor can the people. You understand? So with a month of this kind of situation and frenzy, you could be missing for 3 months before your family know. Because they're not tracking that you're there unless y'all in constant communication in that time. Like, all right, I'm on my way back type situation. But if you just out there in the midst of the fray, You could be subjected to all of these things that's happening because everybody is worried about their bottom line. So they're not worried about you. You understand what I'm saying? They're not worried about you. They're not pushed to create crime. They're pushed to contain crime within the spheres of the places where they operate. And as long as whatever the high value target security space is, nothing happens to that, nothing infringes this money from moving around the United States, all is well. Anything can happen. You understand what I'm saying? So I just wanted to paint the picture in regards to the Coliseum and the thing that's taking place internally and externally. So not just sitting your behind in seats, but what they're prepared to do. They can wipe out a vast group of people and be like, oh, autonomous machine gun. I want y'all to understand what that means. That's not somebody controlling that machine gun. That's not somebody. That means that the computer can recognize something as a threat and fire upon it, and it has a machine gun. Okay? All right, so if y'all go back to RoboCop, remember that thing that RoboCop was quote unquote fighting against had the same autonomy.
That's right.
Had the exact same autonomy and lit up everybody in the room, and they had no fret about it. You understand? So a thing that's not easily detectable, but can distinguish between one of its own and somebody else's, because everybody's not getting these drones from Lockheed Martin. People making drones, all kind of stuff that's happening. And if they set a number that's 500 plus drones that were confiscated, they're not talking about how many was destroyed, how many they jammed up, the people they jammed up with them, and all of that. They're have you looking at drones, and you don't give a damn about none of those people either. You understand what I'm saying? So he said in a few seconds, a drone can go up, and you can tell who the pilot is. A few seconds. So they're showing these things like they're fair seeming, but the point that we've been building on all night, you looking in the ground, you're talking about oil, you're talking about natural resources, and they're showing you one is being used, and human capital is the other thing, being used and utilized and exploited for a technocracy war that is supposed to span for the next 100 years. It's always been around under the current for the last 100 years. We just are now getting hip to it lately. So if you watch Superman and any of that stuff, and you tell me that stuff ain't AI, and you ain't watching none of them Star Trek and all that other stuff that they had over the years, and you ain't tell me none of that stuff was AI, you're bugging. If you watch Knight Rider and tell me none of that stuff was all this stuff, like all these things had happened already, right? All these things had happened. So just looking at it and being mindful of it, and then like Doc and Chris been saying all night, like what are we going to do about it? Like, are you in a position to be teaching young people this wave of technology, its benefits and its harm? You understand what I'm saying? And are we at the epicenter of any of it? Are we in the manufacturing place, the repair place, whatever the place may be? You understand what I'm saying? They were talking about autonomous cars and all these cars driving around. And in that movie that they showed you, Leave the World Behind, everybody's Tesla ended up in the same spot, crashed up. You understand what I'm saying? Somewhere in New York. So keep thinking like, okay, all of these things that they're showing you are just tongue in cheek. There's always a mastermind work at play. And I yield.
Good move.
So I just got one little quick sidebar for everyone with the clarity of this discussion and connecting some more of the black dots. So very briefly, we talked about circus. So let me give you what it is said, at least one area if you go online. Historical and archaeological. The word traces back to the ancient Rome, where a circus was a massive open-air stadium used for chariot races and gladiatorial games. gladiatorial games. In British English, the word also refers to a circular open arena where several streets meet, such as in London, Piccadilly Circus. In etymology, the word comes from Latin circus, which is an adaptation of the Greek kirkos, meaning ring or circle. This refers to the traditional circular rings and arenas designed to keep performances and animals centrally visible to the audience. Okay.
I mean, that's boy, it is funny because we've covered the whole bread, wine, and circus and the Coliseum theme, which is
a whole show on that.
Man, every time it continues to get worse, and now the whole Coliseum is the whole world with the FIFA piece.
Exactly. That's why I said earlier, the U.S., because keep in mind, we've been talking for years about the New World Order. And so we're now seeing some of that transform into the New World Circus.
I like that. Yeah, this is the Roman Empire revisited, resurrected. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with, like you were saying in the thing, the Romans were the ones that created this distraction, while the proletarians or the parliamentary people behind the scenes get all people packed into this stadium. But we need infrastructure. We got infrastructure problems. We got disasters happening all over the place. Mount Vesuvius might be getting ready to erupt and destroy us all, but no, keep them in that bread, wine, and circus, because we need to still keep them distracted while we trying to figure out how we gonna get this big money grab and just benefit ourselves, because that's what corrupt politicians have always done throughout the centuries, as we know. And we could even equate to what we're talking about to the rumble in the jungle in Zaire, Kinshasa, Zaire, which was now it's called the Democratic Republic of the Congo. But what did Mobutu do before Ali and Frazier and the whole entourage and the whole thing did? They got the criminals, right? And what did they do with the criminals?
Put them in jail
underneath the stadium. Okay, so they doing the same playbook. He did it more ruthlessly because he was a dictator. What was his name? Mobutu? What was his name? Mobutu? Or something like that?
Yeah, Desire Mobutu.
Yeah. So, it's the same thing. And sometimes even our own people go to that playbook like he did to get rid of all of the, the low dregs of the society, the potential convicts that's going to stop people that's visiting his country, where he's getting ready to make a buttload of money off of tourism and get that money without having people complaining that every time we go somewhere, somebody pickpocketing us or somebody robbing us. So this is what America is doing. It's the same playbook that everyone around the world has done, even in our own mother continent, because that's what they all about at the end of the day. Let's get that money grab. We don't care about the disasters that's going on. We don't care about the dust storms that's getting ready to take over and make the air quality of Florida and parts of the Gulf coast areas poor. We're not going to worry about the 9 or so fires that's burning in Ontario because of the Dretch Stream is bringing it towards the northeast part, all the way down to Philly and some parts of Baltimore, where the air quality is getting ready to be bad. Because we got this circus that we got to continue, because it's bringing us more money than worrying about helping people in disaster zones, especially right now in Texas. Texas is under a severe, not a drought, they're under severe flooding right now. And I'm talking about a major portion. You could go on news right now and you'll see cars rolling up and down the street. But no, the FIFA World Cup, you got to keep your eye on that, because the big boys and the elites got more money invested in that. And besides, the government, FEMA, they're bankrupt. So all these disasters are going to have to just go undealt with, because they ain't got no money to deal with all these people losing their homes, don't have no insurance, don't have nothing. It's all part of, like you said, we're going to focus on getting that money. The hell with your problem and what your taxpayers should do, which is help you in your time of need. That's what FEMA was created to do. But we know all the government is bankrupt. FEMA is no good. They're out of the disaster protection business. They're out of it. So yeah, it's all correlating what we're talking about. So I yield with that. I appreciate the other commentaries too. Great commentaries.
And one other thing for folks to keep in mind, which again, connecting it to the removal of Black folks in certain areas. Just to remind folks, where were the hosting cities for this World Cup thing? Atlanta, Boston, Dallas, Houston, Kansas City, Los Angeles, Miami, New York and New Jersey, Philadelphia, Seattle, and San Francisco, the Bay Area. So again, these are areas that are all getting ready to change up in the best interest. Now, keep in mind, the Black areas, they're going to be moved out. The white ones, they're going to be enriched or developed further. You see? So this is what you need to pay close attention to in the next couple of years. Because like you said, that money is flowing in these cities, and you best believe there's a plan for each one of these cities in terms of the development of their plan, their city plan, which ain't got nothing to do with none of us.
Well, that's what these data centers is all about. That's why they're putting them in strategic locations, because they're going to need the resources from the Mother Earth, mainly water, to keep them bad boys from burning up. Because it takes a lot of water to keep those data centers up and running, and they're strategically placed. And those cities are going to be the primary targets for these data centers and their so-called new technological cities. Elon must be talking about this stuff all the time as well. Are you?
Absolutely. All right, family. So we got a couple more clips for y'all before we get ready to get up out of here. We're going to end off. I got another clip for y'all just to put things into context a little bit further about how, these things are developing and are increasing, but actually are citizens' quote unquote rights are diminishing, are depleting. All right. So let's just take a look at the other side of things, and let's go to this this quick story about what's happening within the changes of the Constitution. We heard a little bit of that earlier with our initial clip, with our story updates from Democracy Now! And so let's see some of that kind of in real time. Okay. All right, let me share my screen here. All right, we saw a pushback on the freedom of press. That looks like that is no longer a thing. All right, we see now, if you can see my screen, Trump's new legal weapon for prosecuting protesters, and this is calling code switch. All right, shout out to NPR. Protesters at a North Texas ICE detention center received sentencing up to 100 years in prison. First case prosecuted under Trump's Memorandum 7 targeting extremism on migration, race, and gender. Evidence includes sign signal messaging and hosting book clubs, raising concerns about prosecution standards. The memorandum classifies Antifa as a domestic terrorism organization under national security framework. Case raises significant questions about the future of dissent and protest rights in America. So your right to free speech, your right to press, and your right to assemble are all being eliminated underneath this latest legislation. Okay, so this is just telltale signs of what it is to come. The slow reveal of the totalitarian state, as we've seen in other countries and other nations. This is what things are coming to. All right, with that being said, let me come back to the Ethereal journalist. Any additions on this before I move to the next clip? I got one more clip, and then I got a double bubble for our Ethereal inspiration before we close out for this evening.
I'm good, man. That's self-explanatory to me. I'm good. No commentary on that.
All right.
Right.
Yep. Let's move on.
Okay. All right. So let me share. Let me go to my next. And this kind of goes right into what
Mother FMA and John Wayne.
Ha. Okay, let's go to my next share. with our sister Baroness. All right, let's take a glimpse. Let's see if anything that being said here kind of correlates or lines up to the current actions that we just listed throughout this entire program.
I need y'all to pay attention to a historical pattern that almost nobody's talking about. Because every major empire in history, right before things start falling apart, does the same thing. They become something. Not stronger, not freer, not more democratic. Meaner, more paranoid, more obsessed with controlling people, more obsessed with enemies inside their own borders. And almost every single time, the people who lose rights first are the minorities, political descendants, religious minorities, the people easiest to scapegoat when the empire starts panicking. Rome did it, Britain did it, the Soviets did it, and right now, the United States is doing it. So let's start with Rome, because people love romanticizing Rome, right? The architecture, the soldier, the aesthetics, the little TikTok edits with the dramatic music, you know? But Rome got paranoid toward the end. In the late 200s and early 300s, the empire became deeply paranoid about the internal enemies. One of the groups they targeted heavily? Christians. Emperor Diocletian launched what historians now call the Great Persecution. Churches destroyed, sacred texts burned, Christians stripped of legal protections, removed from government and military positions, imprisoned, tortured, and executed publicly. Now, here's the part people miss. Rome did not do that at the height of its confidence. Rome did that while the empire was already destabilizing. Economic problems, political instability, leadership crises, internal fragmentation. The cruelty was not proof that the empire was strong. See, the cruelty was proof that the empire was scared. Rome fell less than 200 years later. Now we're going to jump forward. The British Empire controlled roughly a quarter of the planet at its peak. And what happened during its decline? Did Britain lose its grip? No, it squeezed harder. In India, British troops opened fire on unarmed Indian civilians, trapped in an enclosed area. Hundreds were killed. Then Kenya in the 1950s, the British built detention camps during the Mau Mau uprisings. People detained without trial, torture, forced labor, beatings, executions. And Britain spent years trying to hide the records. That's another thing that empires do when they're panicking. They start destroying receipts. And despite all that violence, the empire still collapsed. Because repression is not stability, y'all. It is a symptom that stability is already gone. Now, the same with the Soviet Union. The closer the USSR got to collapse, the more paranoid the state became. Surveillance increased, dissidents monitored constantly. Critics labeled mentally ill psychiatric hospitals. Ethnic minorities targeted and deported. The government itself became obsessed with controlling internal thought, all because the system itself was weakening. And when the repression itself finally loosened under Gorbachev, the whole thing collapsed almost immediately because the state had spent decades holding itself together through force instead of trust. Now, this is the part that should make people uncomfortable because look at what's happening right now. The Voting Rights Act gutted multiple times in just over a decade. Affirmative action struck down, book bans, attacks on Black history curriculum, DEI dismantled across federal institutions, birthright citizenship under attack, universities pressured politically, mass deportation infrastructure expanding, protest rights increasingly criminalized, government pressure on media and education. That's the part people keep missing. These things rarely happen all at once. Empires do it piece by piece, slow enough for people to normalize each stage before the next one arrives. And what keeps bothering me is this. Every empire thinks that it's the exception. Rome thought Rome would last forever. Britain thought the sun would never set on the empire. The Soviet Union thought its system was permanent. All of them collapsed during the lifetime of people who thought collapse was impossible. That's why history matters. Not because history repeats itself perfectly, it doesn't, but because power repeats behavior constantly. And one of the oldest behaviors in the history of empires is this. When systems start failing internally, they look for someone to blame externally. Minorities, immigrants, descendants, teachers, journalists. Literally anybody easier to punish than the people actually causing the collapse. The pattern is older than this country itself, and pretending not to see it has never stopped it from happening.
I got one.
All right. Let me stop the screen share there. Okay. So pretending y'all don't see it is not going to stop it from happening. Okay. Putting your head in the sand, hiding under the covers, is not going to stop the monster from going away. It's not going to have the monster go away. Okay. When you pull them covers back, guess what's still going to be there? Reality. All right. So, just a heads up, family. If you're looking at patterns in time, which things are secular, these are possibly, telltale signs of things to come. All right. With that being said, let me come to the Ethereal journalist. We got 2 more clips of Ethereal inspiration. We're going to get up out of here. Any additions on that?
She summed up everything that we were talking about tonight, connected that last final dot, so to speak, to let us know we all are on the same frequency. People see it, at least the ones who understand the illusions of the matrix and who understand that this evil design is crumbling, it's glitching, it's crashing out, just like the first Roman Empire. The second one, which they said even in a lot of the prophets, it's going to be similar to those great nations that all crumbled after 250 years. This is sort of like right on time. Now we really don't even know if we're sitting on 250. We might be at 248 and got 2 more years before the real actual calendar, the universal calendar kicks in, which would be about that 250 or quarter mark. You know what I mean? So this is all like divinely timed. I think, like we talked about earlier, it's an appointed time, like you said, Sister Chi, with the meiotic epoch. It's going to happen. And people need to start getting in tune to that frequency, because that's going to determine whether you're going to stay stuck like Chuck in the muck in a broke down truck in this madness, or are you going to be ready to ascend to the next level, because that's what the universe, that's what the star systems, that's what all of the things that they're bringing out in the news media, whether it's the low dimensional beings that the government's been in tune with, or whether it's, spiritual, they call demons. These things are done. They're done. And if you're not done with them, or if you want to continue to be in alliance with these things, you're going straight to the lake. First of all, going to be off with your damn head, and we see that happening. People are crashing out. So I say all that to say that this whole thing with this crumbling empire, I think you said something real interesting, Captain Uncaged. I think you said in one of the things you said something concerning that same issue. Are we watching the fall of something you said?
Oh yeah, that was last episode, I think, or the episode before. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Are we watching the fall and the clash of the titans? The people rising up against the governments and everything else, because they know now that the government has never been for them. It's always been about how they can get something out of it and get their hands greased versus truly benefiting for the greater good of everybody. They know now, they're seeing that. So now the seas of people are rising up all over the world. So with that being said, yeah, I love what she says. Ashley B always comes back, and I think we're all on that same frequency with her, and that's why we can relate to her and love what she brings out and presents to the masses. So I yield on that.
All right. Anybody else? Before we go to the next clip, Ethereal inspiration, the next segment.
All right, just a quick sidebar. So even though the so-called Constitution was signed in 1776, the first so-called president wasn't elected until more than 10 years later. So just keeping all that in context.
Right. Might be another 10 years, right?
Right, exactly. Yep.
All right. Just some further context on that. Absolutely. Thanks for that addition, Sister Empress. All right. If there's no other additions, I'm gonna go to my last 2 clips of Ethereal inspiration. All right. Let me share my screen.
Yep.
Okay. And we're going to jump into this is kind of double bubble here because this is a bit of Ethereal inspiration, as well as we want to continue with our outreach and our build with supporting Black businesses. All right, so that's going to be an ongoing theme throughout the duration as we continue to bring you these broadcasts. All right, we want to make sure that we're shifting things economically and creating these lifestyle shifts so we can have so we can attain a more robust and sustainable economy in the building of infrastructures. All right, so we want to stay on that same vein, not just it being a moment or a reaction or a protest towards something, but this is just how we're supposed to move and operate in general, as other nations have done, and in turn have been able to develop these internal mechanisms and structures in societies and communities and build up their economical power and prowess. All right. So with that, let's share this clip of Ethereal inspiration, as well as supporting the BOB, Black-owned businesses. All right. Let's let it rock.
A few weeks ago, we met a Johns Creek mother working to cut down the amount of time her kids were spending on their devices. Two of her sons discovered something they could do with their time, make their own money instead of receiving allowance from their parents. Our Latasha Gibbons introduces us to the twin toy makers.
12-year-old Aaron Osiris is preparing an order for a customer. He's the founder of a 3D toy company. The idea came to him when he decided to earn his own money.
So one day at school, I was just looking around, and then I saw that a lot of people had like fidgets or toys. And I was like, oh, if all these fidgets are plastic and stuff, why can't I make them?
He borrowed $600 from his parents to buy this high-tech 3D printer. From there, he started selling. As business picked up, Aaron needed backup, so he hired his mirror image, twin brother Alan Osiris.
I'm a designer for A through D. Sometimes I make the toys, and I also help with marketing, so I'm a designer and marketer. I check like the time, how long it takes, the cost, element, and everything.
Aaron shows us the top sellers.
A lot of people really like stuff like this. It's something called a pass-through fidget, articulated toys, stuff like this. It's basically where there's like chains.
The most expensive item in the store is this kitten that sells for $5.
Because this is the only print that I have made that has 4 colors.
This one is made for a repeat customer, so they'll receive a 50-cent discount. We were there when a couple of customers picked up their orders.
Right here, you know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What did you girls buy? You bought a cat? I saw that down there in the store.
We asked the give their advice to kids who might be thinking of starting their own business.
Follow your dreams. Just try your hardest to outcompete all the other people in that market.
If you wanted to do something like us, you gotta save up for the money. You gotta plan for everything, like what you're doing and stuff. And also, like what he said, just chase your dreams, outcompete everyone else in your business. Show what you're made of.
Yeah, just like this. These are the grooves.
Okay. Think about what you were doing when you were 12. That's not. The twins say one way they save on payroll is before they hire a new member, they ask if any of their friends want to volunteer first. Genius.
Let me stop the screen share there. All right, because I hit another couple elements as well, because that was on the tech side, okay, as well as the optimum health and wellness, being able to pull individuals away from devices and get them just further engaged, okay, with physical type of activities, even if it's minimal, okay. Then I had to notice the ethereal aspect of the twins. First of all, they're twins, and then secondly, the name Osiris, okay, which we know also as help me out. Usar. Thank you. All right. So several different layers all in this one clip. And if you look at the business acumen, they borrowed the money. They're already developing good credit, budgeting and things of this nature. So these are some of the principles that parents can be teaching their children, right? And utilizing the current technology so they can build their own businesses at a young age, all right? While others are worried about, playing video games. And, not to say that, these things can't be done as well. But simultaneously, how are we preparing our children for the future? All right, the future tomorrow is prepared for today. Okay, I'm paraphrasing the quote by our illustrious ancestor Malcolm El Haj Malik El Shabazz. All right, with that being said, let me come to the Ethereal journalist for any additions before we come to our last ethereal journey clip. Ethereal inspiration clip for this evening. I thought we needed two because it was a long episode and there was a lot of things that we had to worry about. So I wanted to boost things up positively and double up on the ethereal inspiration. All right, let me come to the ethereal journalist for additions on this.
I say let it rock.
Okay. All right. Any other additions before we come to our last clip?
Just yes, indeed, totally inspirational.
All right. Absolutely. Okay. All right, family. With that being said, we're gonna come to our last clip of the evening. Another dose of ethereal inspiration, and we're gonna get that good arts, that good black arts in the mix. All right, and that culture. All right, so let's let it rock.
I be like, my skin is rich. I got that $1 million melanin. I'm talking about the deep chocolate that the prophets be dreaming about selling. Every element is elegant, it's effortless, no need for embellishment. I'm coated in a coat of coal, and my black hole be black gold. Black. No lighting on my photo. No, make it dark. Naked like tree bark. And yes, my bite is vicious, but please don't compare me to no bad bitches. I'm indigenous. El Cabalon. No true need for the Revlon. No silly con in my tush. I'm cute in my kush. I'm the aftermath of the burning bush. You see me every time you close your eyes and make a wish. I'm that dark licorice. That dark liquor miss natural. No Remy, hair be natural, no Remy or Yaki. I get happy when they call me Nappy or Blackie, cause wearing nothing at all, I be the belle of the ball wherever I fall. Why they steadily hacking? They lacking self-confidence. I look right at them and tell them, yep, baby, dark and lovely. Nothing of me ugly. The sun loves me. My sons love me. I'm the same color of the streets they be hugging, cause I understand them and understand them both ways. I caused the dark age and I'm black power and so much more, and that's more spelled with 2 O's and no E. And if you know anything about me, you already know, baby, I put the hue in Huey P. I was the inspiration for the activists, the blackest fist yelling, fuck what a pigment. They ain't fucking with my pigment. I'm the tinted type with the inner light, the dimmer daughter. True story. I wrote this poem for my great grandmother who used to put bleach in her grandbaby's bath water. She told my mother to scrub harder, hoping that her black would come off maybe. Self-hatred is crazy. They call my mama a tar baby. But I'm that star baby. The morning star made me. Oshun made me well done and well done again. That's why I say kudos to my kin for making sure I was proud of my skin tone, so I never got hung up on any Willie Lynch syndrome. You read wrong. I'm confident, headstrong. Don't get it twisted. I got nothing but love for my sisters they call Redbone. I'm just a black stallion that be styling. And I be dressing like I own 1,000 islands. They ask me what I do and who I do it for. I told them another true story. I be like, my skin is rich. I got that.
Wow.
$1 million melanin. Damn. Okay. All right, family. So don't be deterred. Okay. Be blessed. Be kissed by the divine. All right. With that melanin bliss.
Is that the first time y'all heard that poem?
No, that's not the first time I heard it. But
okay,
this delivery was this last delivery was magnifique. But
Yeah,
just
she was
wanted to share.
styling. She was styling.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted
She
to
was
share it
styling.
with the family.
She had a little
Yeah, a
Melanese
little
going
extra.
on, popping.
Yeah, a little extra sauce on that delivery.
Yeah. I heard that poem like 10 or 12 years ago. That was
Okay.
one of her first. One of her first. And
Yeah, I think it's one
she
of her
grew
greatest.
from there. Yeah.
Still one of her greatest.
Yeah, one of her
More people in the
greatest. Not her
class.
greatest is another one, but this is one of her greatest.
Right.
Definitely in the pantheon. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh.
She has a piece called "Revolutionary's Wife."
Oh yeah. We played that before too. Yep.
I sit down with couples and let them hear that. But you know what I mean? Like, are you ready? You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
This K-Love the poet. Chicago born and raised. I think she's up in Maryland now. She's bookable. Hire her. You understand?
There you go. All right, support Black artists. Conscious Black artists. What we call artivists. Those that's bringing that griot spirit through. Using that principle that principle of Sankofa. And bringing the ancestors through her speech. All right. Let me come back to the Dear Journalist for any other additions before we get ready to close out for this season.
Powerful. Yeah, I think I saw this a few years back. She's the beast. She's the fire of the mother, the father, and everybody else that's from where we from and those dimensions that we come from. So she bringing that muse spirit, that real internal technology, the it. So I thank you for bringing that back, because that was one of her greatest, like Brother KBA said, that was one of her greatest performances. I
say. All right.
So, we're building this Ubuntu justice movement. And I'm glad you shared that piece, Brother Lumumba, so that the family that's listening will know that this is a kind of talent, the kind of mindset that we're looking for in the development of this project. So if you all have any suggestions, there's somebody in your city, in your circle, that is a storyteller, a poet, a spoken word artist, a musician, you name it, in every field, in every area of artistry, that's what we want. The Black Arts Movement was very, very powerful, very significant in the development of liberation work years ago. So it is our intention to revive and ignite that kind of synergy, that kind of energy. So again, with the new Black Arts and Cultures Movement, we encourage folk again to get involved. Again, if nothing else, suggest artists that we can connect with, or that we should connect with, to get them information to see if they're interested in being one of our artivists and joining the independent Black Artists Union as it is developed. This is what we've been looking for. We haven't gotten the kind of input that we thought we would, because, when you talk about artists coming together, doing something collectively, and then ultimately taking it on tour, we thought that was just a win-win situation. But unfortunately, we have not gotten the kind of response, and we think a part of that has to be that people are not sharing the information. So again, we encourage, you just heard the kind of art that we're looking for, with music, with every area, visual and performing. So we kick things off officially on August the 23rd with the tribute, or the salute, the special salute to 123 countries. This will enable us to begin to have meetings with those country representatives to examine where do we go from here. And then ultimately, in a few years, we want to do a world kind of concert that encompasses artists from throughout the diaspora. But again, we need your input. So by all means, Brother Lumumba will give you contact information. And again, you can just send information to us, names of people that you would recommend, groups, artists, contact information. That's what we need at this point.
All right. I say, give thanks, give thanks. All right, family. So with that being said, we're gonna close out this session for this evening. It's probably one of our longest sessions edition that we had thus far. We had a good brother, Knowledge Born Our Live, join us for this episode. So it was even more action packed, informational packed than what we initially anticipated. And so we had to, sometimes you got to go with the flow and go with the spirit. And yet, and still, awesome show for this evening. All right. With that being said, for additional information, you can email nationalmwm@aol.com. That's nationalmwm@aol.com for any of these initiatives with the MWM and associated organizations. You can also email powerman2282@gmail.com. That's powerman2282@gmail.com. And you can also text 267-636-3802. Number again is 267-636-3802. Let me come to my other Ethereal journalist to see if there's any contact information you would like to drop at the bottom of the hour. And to share, if anybody want to get in contact with you, Bill, to get more information, if you want to drop that contact information one more again, I want to open it up to the Ethereal journalist, Brother L, Brother Knowledge, if you want to share your information.
Brother Knowledge Born, go ahead. I'll come after you.
I just say do knowledge radio at gmail.com. You understand what I'm saying? I was glad to be able to come in here today and turn the temperature up a little bit, a little octave. You understand what I'm saying? To be with my ethereal journalists, honor to Queen Mother Doc Empress. It's always, she's a motivation and an inspiration. You understand what I'm saying? To myself and so many like us as a self. You understand what I'm saying? Kevin and Cage, whatever laboratory you be cooking up, chefing up these clips, keep them clipping. You understand what I'm saying? And my A like Almighty L, you already know what it is.
Yes, yeah. You could. Yeah. For any inquiries, for anything dealing with what we're doing on the public health initiative tip with the public service announcements, as well as just the public awareness campaign concerning the syphilis tsunami, and now all communicable diseases, because that was my expertise for 20-some plus years. I learned most of the disease that you currently hear that are in the news today, and had the ability to do the contact tracing and investigation. So if you are interested for any kind of inquiry concerning what we're doing with our coming up Bad Blood app, you can reach me at lpollinator444@gmail.com, and you can follow me on all social media sites, TikTok, Facebook, IG, X, Threads, and YouTube as well. I don't do as much on YouTube because I'm not really a tuber, but I might have to start getting engaged with that. But you can follow me at those other sites as well and get the latest updates on what we're doing to bring forth our awareness campaign and our public service announcements concerning these continued disease threats that are impacting our world, not just our country, our world. So I yield.
All right. Absolutely. All right, family. And so with that being said, we're going to close out for this evening. Much appreciated once again to the Ethereal Journalist. I want to give thanks first and foremost, of course, to the Most High Creatress. All right. Give thanks to the ancestors and the elders, those who have shed blood, sweat, and tears and paved the way to allow us to be here today. I want to thank the Ethereal Journalist for all your additions, Brother Pollinator, Brother Knowledge, Sister Empress. And I want to thank you all, those who were able to rock with us as long as you could. I know this is a long episode today. And of course, there's always the replay. All right. So thank you for your time, energy, and effort, dedication, determination, and discipline. I bid you all truth, justice, peace, love, freedom, power, prosperity, protection, patience, and divinely principled purpose. I want to say, let us continue to strategize, organize, and mobilize. And of course, finally, family, we had to end with our favorite phrase, Pomoja Tutashenda, which is meaning together
We will win.
All
Upward,
right.
forward, on with good people. UFO. Shalom.
All right. Until next time.
Sila.
Power and prosperity.